Hello and welcome back to the cafe. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Friday, Paranormal, Creepy, and Unexplained Friday. It's great to have you guys here. I hope you guys had a great rest of your day. It's a late one, folks. I had parents' night tonight at the high school, so sorry. But I'm here. I'm here. So it's wonderful to be back with you guys, and I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door. Tonight, you guys, we're going to be looking into what Samhain is, what Halloween is, and also, I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but we're going to be looking into the Gore Orphanage based in Ohio here in Vermilion. What a story. Tell you that much. So thank you guys for joining me tonight. I appreciate you so very much. Please, again, make sure to hit the like button and share this out if you will. But I think the first thing we're going to talk about is I heard the verdict is in on the loon. So I'm quite interested in that for sure. And I can't close out the day without putting it out there. So please make sure to hit the like button. Please make sure to share this out on all your social media accounts. We're going to look at the Sarah Boon verdict real quick here. And then we're going to get into some creepy stuff for tonight, guys. So thank you guys for joining me. Excuse me. I do appreciate you all very much. I appreciate the Blue Crew joining me tonight. Very much do, because you guys do so many different things. Couldn't do it without y'all. So thank you again for joining us tonight. You are appreciated. Let me see here. All right. Let me see. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab a seat if you could. Let's do this thing. I really do appreciate you guys joining me tonight. I know, like I said, it's a little late. I just got back just a short period ago. And I said I could not miss another Paranormal Friday night with you guys. So here we are. Like I said, I wanted to, because I love Halloween, and I thought an explanation into what Halloween is, where it came from, why, what Samhain is all about. And then I really wanted to show you guys the story behind the Gore Orphanage here in Vermilion, Ohio. An interesting story. And yes, I saw, I was here, I broadcast the verdict for Leilani today, thank God. Clinton got justice, and I heard as I was at the game tonight that the verdict went through for the loon. And again, thank God. I feel quite comfortable with that. Just saying. So there is that. Let me see here. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, please, please, please. Let's see here. Let's see who we got with us tonight, real quick, before we do anything. It looks like T2014's in the house. Miss Zelda, hello, my dear. Thank you for being here tonight. Krakow, what's going on? I love your name, by the way. Great to see you. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. I hope you're feeling better every day, Miss Sherry. We love you so very much. Virginia Wolf, good to see you. Brother, thank you for joining us. Also, SR BBBBB had to go reinstall her phone again. Good to see you, SRB. Thank you for being here tonight. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Welcome back, Moonlit. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Great to see ya, and I hope you're having a great one. Also, we have Mikey's in the house. Great to have you here, bro. Good to see you. Miss Alicia J, thank you for joining us tonight. Mark Schumann, great to see you again. Great to have you back. Yo, baby Blondie's in the house. Wonderful to have you here, yo, baby. I was hoping to see you on a Paranormal Friday night. Great to have you back, dear. Miss Darcy Miller, good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Bobby Old Dude, good to see you. Stormy Sherry, welcome back. Great to have you here, dear. Thank you for being here with us. As always, Mystic Butterfly, always a pleasure. Aqua Hearts, great to see you tonight. We never liked you, Betty, in the house tonight. Great to see you with that awesome avatar. And Steven's Adventure, always a pleasure, my friend, as well. Thank you for joining us. Mata Ray in the house. What is going on tonight? Miss Taylor with Stitchin' Bitchin' and Moore's in the house. And FarQ, our friend from down under. Welcome back. It's been a while, FarQ. It's wonderful to have you here. Hope you're having a great night, great day. I think it's probably about 11 a.m. over there where FarQ is, or close to it at least. Welcome. Yes, of course, justice has been served, and Mr. A.R. Hayes here with the Uniquely Twisted True Crime channel. Thank you so much for joining, brother. Good to see you tonight. Guys, mods, any of the mods that's in here, can we drop AR's link, please, for the Uniquely Twisted True Crime channel? I changed the name up, so I'm guessing he might be changing up his Uniquely Twisted style if he chooses to, which I think is awesome. I love the name. Go, guys. If you have not seen him, go check out the channel. He puts a very interesting spin on the stories that we cover here on the true crime world, or in the true crime world here. So please go check it out if you wouldn't mind. If you have not yet subscribed, please do that and like it up. You will not be disappointed. Spirit Claw, hello and welcome. Good to have you here. Great to see ya. Says I used to be a skeptic about paranormal until I witnessed it in my own house when I was home alone. That's awesome. We're gonna have a night one night where I open up the phone lines, guys, and have people call in and tell their stories. I think that would be an amazing show. So yes. Good Friday evening to you all from SRBBBB TWI in the house. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Uniquely says Dago, Uniquely Twisted is all true crime. A convict's thoughts now is a new channel on prison reform and justice. Awesome, bro. Good to hear. So he's got dual channels. Okay, that's even better. I just thought you changed the name, bud. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure. All right. Awesome. Good to hear. Good to have. Always another resource to reach out to when we cover these stories and these issues on crime and prisons. It's a great resource then. I'm grateful to have it here. Thank you, AR, for what you're doing, brother. Very much appreciated. Mr. Walt Harris, Dago here. I have not seen Miss Paula, so I don't know. She's been quite busy. Either that or she just don't like me anymore. One of the two. Who knows? And that's understandable. Not everybody's going to like me. Doodle says, I'm here with my spooky bloomers on. I don't think I even want to ask, Doodle. I'm curious, but I don't want to ask. So come on in, everybody. Got to double down. Keep your side. I understand, brother. I hope you're feeling okay, and I hope you're doing all right, sir. Again, everybody, I ask this on a regular basis. If we could please keep AR in our thoughts and prayers, and him and his wife Jen both. They're both going through the situation. AR's health. He's having some issues. So if we could please keep him in our thoughts and prayers within the community, I would greatly appreciate that so very much. Miss Bonnie Miles, hello, welcome. Is that Bonnie M, or is that a different Bonnie? Because if it's Bonnie Miles, or if it's Bonnie M, I am highly excited. Not that I wouldn't be excited for Bonnie Miles, but I haven't seen Bonnie M in a long time, and I was hoping to see her soon. So AR stating cancer treatments 3 times a week, dialysis 3 times a week. I'm trying to find time for personal time. Damn, brother. I mean, that's a lot, bro. It really is. So you're definitely getting prayers from this community, this channel, and myself and my family, bro. I want you to know that. And that's on a daily basis, brother. Anybody that's going through what you're going through right now deserves that and so much more. So I think you got this. I think you're going to beat every bit of this, sir. That's my opinion. And I feel that in my heart. So just know that you got our support over here in this community, as well as from my own personal family, my friend. So I appreciate that from all of you guys. And that goes out to AR and his wife, Jen. Let's see here. We got 35 people in here. We're 27 likes, guys. Let's try to see if we can make that match if we can. Oh, wow. Come on in, everybody. I'm just going to give it a few more minutes to give everybody, just a few more people, a chance to jump in here so we don't have to go back to the beginning. Like I said, first and foremost, let me pull this up and get this ready to go so we can get this out of the way and be done. Mama Duck, hello and welcome back. Quack, quack. Great to have you here tonight. Absolutely, brother. AR said, Dago, to be honest, people like you and Doodlebug that keep me driven. You always find a way to overcome and love, and I admire that about you guys. Thank you, sir. That's what it's all about, bro. I state all the time that we, all of us as a whole, are all we have in the world, folks. We are all the same brothers and sisters under the same God. We need to support each other, to lift each other up, to back each other up and have everybody's backs. Because if we don't do it, nobody else is going to. So that's why we are the way we are. And yes, it is so very easy to overcome. There's so much out there, so much darkness, and just it's not hard to overcome it, folks. And it's not hard to support each other. Differences, people have differences every day. You know, you brush it to the side and you move forward. That's all you can do. AR, when he first came out here, I gave him a platform to introduce himself on and I tried to give him direction and which ways he should do certain things. He did an amazing job all by himself. So, and I continuously do that with others that have the passion that we all should have out here when we do what we do. So I gotta say, you know, he's doing a great job and has done from the beginning. And I will always support people in that sense that have that same passion, that want to do the right thing. That's all I'm saying. So everybody, again, if you would, please go check out both his channels. I didn't realize, so my apologies for putting out the wrong information. Subscribe, like it, share it out, and go check him out, guys. You won't be disappointed. Thank you, Miss Zelda. I appreciate that, my dear. And you could have done this, bro. You just had to do it. That's all. I appreciate the sentiment, though. I could have never done this without your guidance. I do appreciate that very much, sir. Do you guys know the reason why Friday the 13th is unlucky? From my understanding, is it actually was lucky, and it got flip-flopped somewhere out in there, you know, years ago. But I don't really know the true answer to that, Mark. It's an interesting theory, though. Miss Bonnie Miles, good to see you. Is that Miss Bonnie M, or is this the Bonnie M that was in here all the time, or is this a different Bonnie whose last name starts with an M? Thank you, Zelda. For those of you that have not yet jumped into the sauce, please come on in here. Check it out if you will. Become part of the family. You're already part of the community. Become part of the family, guys. Doesn't take much. Different Bonnie. Okay. Well, I'm severely grateful to have you here, Bonnie Miles. Either way, I would love to see Bonnie M. I haven't seen her in a long time either. We love having you here, yo baby. We really do. And that goes to all of you guys. And again, guys, please share this channel out throughout all your social media accounts. If you think anybody would enjoy being in this community with us, we have plenty of room. We really do. And we are very welcoming to new people. We love seeing new faces and new names and have so much room in the sauce here for plenty more meatballs. So please share it out, guys. Tell your mailman, your neighbor, the dog groomer, whoever. Let them know. Robert Bell, good to see you. Great to have you here. 42 peeps in the house. All right, guys. Make sure to hit that like button when you come through that door. Don't forget, once again, please share it out. If you would. Okay, well then share it out to yourself, Walt. And see what the other Walt thinks. I do believe that today was a good day in the true crime world. There was multiple bits of justice handed out. All right. Let's see what we got going on here, everybody. Let's jump on this real quick. We're going to pass on the Sarah Boon verdict real quick, first and foremost. For those of you that may not have seen this, Miss Kel, hello, my dear. Welcome to Friday night. DS, welcome back. Good to see you. It's been a while. Great to have you here on this Friday night. Miss Cheryl, faithful mom Cheryl's in the house. Great to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. For those of you that are new to Paranormal Friday nights, I hope you enjoy this. Please, if you will, after the show or whenever, leave a comment. Let me know whether you like it or hate it. I would love to hear it either way. YouTube likes to see those comments as well. The interaction means everything. But please make sure, for one thing, you hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please think about doing it. I think you will enjoy it. Welcome in, Stitches. It's great to have you here. So let's listen to this verdict thing real quick. Get this off to the side, out of the way, and move on with enjoying ourselves tonight if we can.
Everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay. All right. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
This took, from my understanding, literally like an hour. If was it an hour, guys, an hour and a half or something like that. This is one of the quickest verdicts I've seen. Literally one of the quickest. So it did not take long at all. One hour and 20. You're right. An hour and 20 minutes. Gotta love it. This is justice at its best right here, folks. Especially after what we watched today.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes,
All right, members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir.
And December 2nd is sentencing. I promise you we'll be televised. We'll be broadcasting that.
If you could please publish the verdict.
Yeah,
in the
guys.
Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boon. Verdict: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the foreperson.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
2 for
Juror seat
2.
number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, it is. Juror seat number 3, is this your true and
Yes, it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together, and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious.
Yes, Molly, she has been found guilty of murder too. She should have taken the plea bargain. She's an idiot, in my opinion.
From those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you return to the deliberation room. I'll be back there shortly with your jury certificates, and thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, I did. Just to remind everybody, Sarah Boon was offered a plea deal, okay, of 15 years and having her charge decreased to manslaughter. She would have done 85% of that sentence, okay, which would have been, I do believe, 8 years. She's already got 4 years served. She would have done 4 to 5 years in prison, folks. Cut and dry. Remember that December 2nd will be coming here for her sentencing, because he did explain to her what the max that could be. And I have a feeling that she's going to get handed the max on this because of the way she treated the judicial system during this entire trial, folks, and this entire 4 years of bullshit that she put this whole system through. So she could have done 4 to 5 years in prison, been done, out, free and clear, and had a lot of relationship with her child. Now she's probably going to do, in my opinion, 25 plus years to this. She could get life on this, folks. I haven't heard the DP talked about on this, but again, just saying. Just Debbie, welcome. So great to have you here tonight. But she's a complete idiot, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I'm glad she didn't take the plea deal, because I think she deserves way more than that, especially after what we watched today. This is a very dark, controlling, evil person. Okay. So this was it. She's made dumb decisions through this entire thing. She feels as if she's treated this whole thing as if she's entitled to something. Okay. And I knew that she was done. The court wasn't playing with her. The judge was not giving them pretty much anything they asked for, because she's asked for everything. This has been ridiculous. So divine intervention leading to a longer sentence. I feel the same way, Virginia. I really do. So, guys, today we have pulled 2 for 2 for justice. That's 100% in my opinion. Quentin Simon has gotten true justice on this. Leilani Simon was found guilty on all 19 counts. Sarah Boon was found guilty on her count of murder too. Second-degree murder, I'm sorry. Amen. Absolutely. 2 for 2. It's a great day. It is a great day in the world of true crime as far as I'm concerned.
Ms. Boon, the jury has spoken in this matter and has found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled to a pre-sentencing investigation by the Department of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you seeking that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. State, I will order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from be it the victim's family?
2 or 3 victim impact statements, sir.
Okay. Mr. Owens, do you plan on presenting any evidence during the course of the sentencing hearing, sir?
Probably some testimony from Dr. Harper.
Okay. All right. How long do you think, State, that you would need?
You mean timing wise, or are we thinking?
A quantum of time, sir. Yeah, well, normally it takes about 30 days or so. I'm confirming with Anita as to availability. I just want to know from your side of the ledger, how much time? Okay, 15 minutes. How much time do you think you're going to need to produce anything from your side of the ledger, sir? Mr. Owens?
I'd say 30 minutes,
Okay.
30 to 45.
So if we set this for an hour, that would be sufficient.
Party agreed.
Okay.
State agrees.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay, all right, give me a moment.
I wish they had the camera facing the front of her face. Just to see it. I mean, just like with Leilani, we haven't seen Leilani show one bit of an emotion other than being cocky and arrogant. Not one tear has been shed from Leilani Simon this entire 2 years until today when they told her she was guilty. And there were tears, real tears rolling down her face because sadly, it had nothing to do with her child that she killed. It was all about her, once again, losing her life now to prison or whatever they end up doing. That's pathetic. And that is why I believe true justice
Ms. Barrios is checking. Just give us a moment.
in Leilani's case. And I got teared up. I literally had a couple tears rolling, guys, because to me, that hit my heart because now I know Quentin got real justice with this. Yeah, so much for her snacks, right, Molly? You can have her juice box and her snacks all by herself now.
We can set this matter for 1:30 in the afternoon for sentencing on December 2. State, is that acceptable?
1:30 p.m. Monday, December
I
2nd.
was hearing, but I'll make it work.
I can move it to later if necessary.
I'm co-counsel on it.
Okay, defense. Yes, sir.
Well, now she gets being moved to a nice.
1:30.
Yes, sir.
I can be here.
Up there's George's family.
Ma'am, you've been adjudicated guilty. I now remand you into the custody of the Orange County Jail pending sentencing on December 2 at 1:30. State, anything else we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right, thank you very much. We're off the record.
Good. I'm glad that they got to see that. God bless them. This is one ugly inside and out piece of trash. Good for her. Good. Good. I'm glad that George's family was sitting there. That's amazing. That makes me feel even so much better. God. What a day, folks. What a day. And now we get to enjoy ourselves. I did too, Cheryl. I cried too. That beautiful baby got justice tonight. Welcome, Ms. JC. Good to see you tonight. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. You know what, guys? Do me a favor. Do what Molly just did, if you don't mind. Throw a bunch of blue hearts in this. Justice for George, if we could, please. That's amazing. I got goosebumps listening to that. I am so happy. Wow. What? Yes, JC. She was found guilty of second-degree murder. Sentencing will be Monday, December 2nd at 1:30. We'll be live for that as well. Thank you, Molly. Oh, that's awesome, Sherry. That one, that literally brought tears to my eyes today. I was so happy to see that. Yeah, there's going to be 3 victim impact statements. Cal's right. When they do this she gets to have, because it's her first felony charge, she gets to have a pre-sentence investigation, which is going to be nothing, truly. They're going to come back with nothing. I'm curious to see how the appeal process goes. I don't think that anything's going to come from either one of these cases on the appeal side of things. I really don't. You guys are amazing. Thank you for that. Look at this. Mystery's in the house. Welcome back, Mystery. Sarah Boon found guilty second-degree murder. Will be sentenced December 2nd. I haven't heard from Mom. I left Mom a link in Discord. She might be sleeping. So let's see here real quick, you guys.
Hello. JLR investigates boots on the ground. I am outside the...
My understanding is that JLR got to speak to the district attorney after the fact. I thought you guys might want to see that real quick, and then we're going to move on to the good stuff. I already got it. SRB, I'm right there. I'm right there with it. I figured we could watch this real quick to show you guys what actually happened after the fact, and then we're going to move on.
Orange County Courthouse, Orlando, Florida. Beautiful Orlando, Florida, folks. Verdict watch is about to be underway in the Sarah Boon murder trial, and I am here on the ground seeing what's going on outside of the courthouse. And we have a media presence out here. Media here have all their cameras out here. Prosecution just laid out their closing argument. Court is in session, and a break inside there where...
Here we go. Oh, hell yeah, Cal. Definitely need to decompress tonight, because this has been one hell of a week, folks.
She leads underground. We're not going to see her.
Now, all we got to get now is we have to get the finality out of Delphi, and we got three trials under our belt, folks.
Pre-sentencing investigation report, PSI.
Welcome, Pink. It's great to see you tonight, dear. Thank you for joining us.
So that was fast.
I'm interested to see what's going to happen in Delphi.
A little over an hour.
We'll be able to
Hour
spend
20
some time
minutes.
on that now. Now, I'll tell you right now, if they were allowing video, we'd be all over Delphi, guys, because I really want to see that one closed out. Yes, absolutely, Mystery.
December 2nd. December 2nd, sentence.
Wonderful to have you here tonight, Pink. Oh, yeah, Delphi is going to go on a lot longer than these two did, in my opinion. Truly. And the verdict's going to take a lot longer, too, if it doesn't get dismissed. I've had people sending me emails telling me they believe that Delphi might be dismissed after what they've seen already.
All right, folks. So
How about
people will
now?
be coming out. We'll see if we can get some comment.
Welcome back, Kate. Still have an echo. SR. sure did, Cal. Just for those of you, okay, I knew what it was then. So yeah, guys, we're gonna follow this up real quick, see what the reactions are from the DA and the attorneys, and then we're moving on into Samhain and what the meaning of Halloween and where all that came from, and then the fun one is we're looking into the Gore Orphanage based out of Vermilion, Ohio. Here, the story behind it, and it's haunting. It's quite a creepy story, folks. Just saying. Welcome, Wildfire. Congrats on the birthday tonight. Speaking of which, where's Midwest? Somebody go get Midwest. Why does that guy look like a Boy Scout?
We got all the media coming. All the media.
Well, I'll have to catch her one of these. I'll catch up with her and you were belated.
Come on. You off.
Any comment on the verdict today? Do you plan to appeal? Do you think your client received a fair trial? Client, you know who I am? Ooh, that was the prosecutor. Botched that one. Botched that one. That was the prosecutor, folks. Do you know who I am? It's just botched that one. He said, "You know who I am?"
Calm down, Jonathan.
That was pretty funny.
I think he felt stupid after that.
That means no. Yikes. He turned around and said, "You know who I am?" I gotta think that is funny. No, that's funny. That's funny. Prosecutor.
Jesus, Jonathan. Slow down there, bud.
Hanzo journalism at its finest, folks. Any comment about the win with the verdict? How you guys feeling today?
Are you feeling that you got some justice? Do you feel like today you finally got justice that you've been waiting for so many years? Yeah.
That's George's family.
What do you feel the appropriate sentence should be?
Jonathan wants to be a reporter so bad, it's not even funny. I don't know why he just doesn't do it.
I'm still laughing at the part that I said to the prosecutor. Did you plan to appeal? And he's like, "Turns around, you know who I am."
Sorry, man.
It's some interesting stuff out here. All over the place. All right, so defense attorney. You good?
Good point, SRB. Good point.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're
I
fine.
feel
It was more you than me.
Welcome, Siggy.
Detective Ketzel? Thank you.
Follow their lead, Jonathan. They know who everybody is. You don't. What's up, Tom boy?
I just want to see if it comes out, but that's, yeah, okay, cool. State attorney. Any comments on the verdict? Do you feel like it was a fair trial?
Well, we're disappointed. Sarah's disappointed, but we feel like she's got a couple of pretty good appellate issues, and just Sarah's plight's not over. So I'm sure, as y'all know, she's a fighter. I'm sure she'll be filing an appeal, but we're going to present some mitigating evidence. I think Dr. Harper will be testifying at the sentencing that I think is set early December 2nd, 1:30. So we'll be back up here for the sentencing. And hopefully Dr. Harper can go in a little more depth about some of the other issues, mental health issues that Sarah suffers from. And hopefully the court will consider that, and then we'll go from there.
What do you think the appropriate sentence should be? What do you think the appropriate sentence should be?
Well, of course I'm biased, so I don't want to say, because right now, the judge has to make the call. And so I don't want to try to impose on his responsibility as the judge to ultimately decide what's a fair and appropriate sentence. So I don't feel right to say that.
Did you talk to Sarah afterward, and what'd she say?
Just shocked. She's shocked. She felt like, she had a defense, as you know. And so she just, in shock. She said she would call me tomorrow morning. So we'll talk some more after she's had some time to think about it. I've had some time to think about it. But, we're obviously really disappointed. We did the best that we could, in the time that we had to prepare. Sarah really liked the team, and we all got along with the 3 lawyers and the other 2 girls that have helped the other 4 lawyers working on the case. And Sarah was, as you know, really happy with us. And, we had some disagreements about how the case.
Why is he stressing how happy Sarah is with them? Is this to let everybody know that since she couldn't stand any of the other attorneys, is that important? I mean, he has stressed that 3 times in that quick second there.
Should proceed. Sarah, is opinionated, and some of the things we considered, some not. But ultimately, I think she was happy with the defense. It just didn't go our way. As you know, these trials, a murder charge is a difficult case to beat, and there was some strong evidence that the state used, obviously, and we just, for whatever reason, the jury didn't consider some of the things that we felt like should have potentially been defenses.
Strong evidence. It was videoed, you jackass.
Spouse syndrome, but for whatever reason, we respect the jury's decision. They've been here for 2 weeks. It took us 4 days to pick the jury. And so I'm sure they did the very best that they could under the circumstances.
Was it her decision to not take the plea deal? You think she regretted it?
I don't think she would have taken anything. I think she wanted, some clients, they want their day in court. And I don't believe she would have taken anything. I felt like the state should have probably negotiated a little bit more, but they were firm on where they were, and Sarah was firm on where she was. I just think
that plea deal was one of the best plea deals I've ever heard on a second-degree murder charge ever in my life. Considering she spent 4 years in jail already, this was so dumb. He should have told her, you need to take this, in my opinion. Buenas noches, Amy. I hope you stick around for the paranormal stuff we're doing tonight. I just wanted to show this verdict and this info real quick, and then we're moving forward. So I'd love to have you here, Amy.
I think, she was convinced in her mind that that she felt like, she felt like she didn't intend to kill George, and that this was just a circumstance because they were both intoxicated. Things happened that, it was just really unintentional act. So I think she felt bad about any kind of a murder conviction or pleading to any kind of a murder, that she was somehow criminally responsible for George's death. And I think that's where her mindset was. And, I think she would have gone to trial even without lawyers. She was ready to go to trial pro se. I think she was happy we came in. We worked as hard as we could. We had about 45 days to get ready, and we did all that we could. So I think she feels good about our efforts. We put everything out on the table, just like any other contest. You do the very best you can, and then you have to accept.
We'll talk about that tomorrow, Elisa. Thanks for reminding me.
Appreciate their time and attention on the case.
Will you be representing her on her appeal?
No, I'll be representing her at her sentencing, but not the appeal. I think she would qualify since she's indigent for court-appointed appellate counsel, And those guys, that's all they do is appellate work, and those are probably the best lawyers to handle something like that. But we're, as I said, really disappointed. Sarah is kind of in shock, but we respect the jury's decision. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Where? Over where? All right, let me just put my stuff right here.
Excuse me, everybody, we have jurors coming out. We just have you guys move over to the side here. Thank you very much.
You gonna go after the jurors too, Jonathan? So we were all right, folks. Sarah truly thought she was going to get off on this. She truly thought it had a good defense. And I got to be honest with you. I think the videos that were shown and the home movies, I think that may have done her in. That's my opinion. Again, I'm not saying that's what it was, but I think that could have been the icing on the cake for her because it showed who Sarah was truly as a person. That will make anybody's mind up, in my opinion. Just saying. That is, again, my opinion. Not saying that's fact. My opinion.
I got 2 questions in on it. Yeah, I got confused with the DA. I thought it was the defense. I got confused because he had the yellow outfit. What's going on here?
Run, Jonathan. Get up before you miss it.
February 23rd, 2020, where she zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase and what she claimed to be a game of hide and seek. And 2 videos were introduced from her where he was begging for his life and a horrific turn of events. And she didn't try to let him out. She didn't do anything to help him. She just went upstairs and went to sleep. And so this is a very horrific homicide. Nobody really should have to endure this type of struggle and fight for their lives and have to die alone, begging for their last breath inside of a suitcase like this. And the jury did amazing work. I'm thankful for our chief of homicide, Will J, and our assistant state attorney, Dave Cacciatore, who did amazing work. Some of you caught me in the courtyard. I was like, I get briefings about it every single day, what they've been doing. But we're excited that they were able to bring this home with a victory because they just served the conviction of Sarah Boon for this very horrific homicide that occurred. And so, if you have any questions, I'm going to turn it over to this.
This is the spokesperson for the prosecution team for the state. The prosecutor is standing behind him over here to the right underneath this shoulder back here, guys, if you didn't see him.
Clearly, the jury did not buy it. The argument was self-defense and battery.
Correct. And so we're going to turn over to Will and Dave to ask all specific questions, ask all the defenses, because they did all the great work, so they deserve all the good credit.
Yeah, so like the defense agreement, so all the I know the jury did not buy that.
Correct.
Well, how does that make you feel to be the justice to the family?
Yes, we're very happy to gain some closure for the Torres family and some justice for George.
Strong closing arguments from the both of you today. What do you think, like she said, this case means for the family and getting justice for George Torres?
I think after 4.5 years and the numerous delays, I think they were finally just happy to see this case go to trial and be able to put this one in the books.
What do you think the appropriate sentence should be?
We'll reserve comment to sentencing hearing. Do you expect the verdict to come back that quickly? I think it was an hour and 20-something minutes. Very fast.
Should never have expectations.
What do you think about the case law with respect to Martinez? I know there was a strongly worded letter You all signaled you will be sending. Is that right for judicial review higher up?
Can't really talk about future legal arguments.
How was it in the courtroom between you and James Holmes? There were obviously moments of tension and then also moments of levity. Was this different than a typical battle that you go into?
I wouldn't say it was different than a different relationship than with most defense attorneys.
What would you say to the jurors who were here for about 2 weeks on this case? It was a long jury selection, and then, of course, a lot of evidence to look at and all of that. What would you want to say then?
Thank them for their service.
Will, did you know that it was George Torres' mother who broke down in court today, and that was the reason for the bit of an outburst?
I was midway afterwards.
Yeah, Judge Krennic, when she denied and rejected the plea bargain, he said right before that, just to let you know, the minimum sentence on this case, should you take this to trial, is 22 and a half years. That's the minimum. I have a feeling that it's going to be a max on this one. So if that's the minimum, I have a feeling it's going to be life. That's my opinion. That's just my educated guess, I guess you could say. But I think because of the way this has gone, the way she abused the system for 4.5 years, the way that she, how can I say it? The way that the entitledness, the bullshit that she put the judge and all those previous 8 other attorneys through, I think they're going to make an example out of her and show the world you can't do this to the judicial system. You can't abuse it like this. You can't expect these things without getting something in return. JC, the arrogance that she showed throughout this whole thing. No, it doesn't go that way. This detective was amazing back here. This is the detective that did the arrest along with the other gentleman. I think the state was amazing with this. They rebutted everything the right way. They were on top of everything. They did what they needed to do, folks, and they got justice for George. They got justice for the world to see that these things can't go on. And this is the way it's supposed to be. And I give them as much grace as I possibly can. This entire team, starting from the officer that first responded to the detectives to the prosecutor, they did amazing. Every damn one of them. And I'm grateful that they exist there. I think she'll get the max on this. I do. That's just my opinion. We're going to do some polls on this coming up, but yeah. Got you, Pink.
It happens in these cases.
Do you have a chance to talk to her and say something to her?
I've not yet.
How about you, Dave?
Spoke to her along with the rest of the Torres family after the verdict. Just listen to them.
A strong rebuttal yesterday from you guys. What do you think that evidence showed the jurors and meant for this case?
I'm not going to really talk about the evidence.
Final question for me is, are you stunned that she did not take that plea?
Yeah, they'll have to give her time served for the 4.5 years.
It's not for us, I said.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Hey, I'm sorry I confused you. Okay. I just, I know that was a great reaction. The viewers are like, kind of laughing. Hey, wrong guy. Take care. All right. Meet it up. Hey, wrong guy.
Oh my God.
All right. Let's go live.
The message in Orange County, don't commit murder in Orange County, right?
Yes. Not commit violent crimes. You want to heard people in our community. There's going to be something for that.
Absolutely. Have a good day. Thank you. That was the DA. That was the DA.
Good job, Jonathan. He actually got a statement from the DA.
For Orange County. All right. Long day. Long day.
All right, y'all. Yes, we do have new merch, by the way. Very cool looking merchandise. I should show you all real quick. I'm excited about it. So again, the verdict 2 for 2 today, guys. 2 for 2. Jonathan did a good job on that. I respect what he did. So, but yeah, 2 for 2. Justice has been served. That will give a little bit of relief to some of the stuff that we're not getting justice on. 2 big whoppers of cases today, and we got guilty verdicts on both. I think it's amazing, and I am grateful for that. So, just to show you guys our first new piece of merch. If you guys want it, I'm getting one because I think it's really cool. Is the new morning show t-shirt. Check it out. It's kind of blurry, but it'll obviously look better when you have it. If you want one, there it is, guys. You can't go wrong with that one. I think it's really cool. I love it. Oh, absolutely, Siggy. Yeah, I do agree, Siggy. She absolutely taunted him, and she had done it for years. It wasn't just in that night. It was for years. So that is our new t-shirt for the morning show, folks. There's me, Mama Bear, and Doodlebug there with our little cups. That is awesome. I love it. I love it, love it. I can't wait to get one of those. And even better, you got to get yourself one of these, guys. You can get the same imprint because you know you got to have coffee. You got to have coffee. On one of these big old mugs here, guys. It's an 11-ounce or a 15-ounce mug you can get with that all the way wrapped all the way around it. Super colorful. And it's got us all on there, guys. I think you guys, if you want one, go get them. And they're really decently priced, guys. They really are. So go check it out. One of the mods can drop the links in here. We got some new stuff coming. Some more other new stuff coming as well. So check it out and grab you one of them. I want one of these too, but I want the t-shirt more. I think it looks amazing. It absolutely does. Yeah, me too, Molly. I love that. I want to come up with some new designs and some different things that we say and do in here and throw them on some shirts with different colors, different things like that. I think you guys would love them. Coffee is life. They are. I think I picked a good store for you guys. I wanted the cheapest prices I could find, the most reasonable, and the fact that we will pretty much adapt and make whatever you guys want, you know. So that's why I chose that way to do it. That way it is the lowest possible pricing for you guys. So I hope you guys that have bought things are enjoying those things and that you'll be interested in getting more. We're going to get some holiday stuff too that we're going to be putting together too, guys, just so you know. So the mine too mystery. Mine too. You guys know that. Oh yeah, Matahari. You got to have, I do. I like the bigger. You guys see, I've been drinking out of this thing for 3 years now. So I think they do ship to London, Kaylee. I'll have to look into the shipping prices, but I think we do because I think somebody else ordered from over there. Bling. No one answer me. If you get the 11-ounce cup, I will judge you. That's hilarious. So yeah, that's our new stuff there. Doodle did amazing with that. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. And it's got all 3 of us on there. So the morning crew. How many pots a day? Well, let's see. If I were to equal it up, guys, how many cups are in a standardized pot of coffee? I don't even remember anymore what a pot holds. 10 cups? Is it a 10 or a 12 cup pot typically that you get with like a Mr. Coffee Maker? They are very good quality products too. That's the thing. The clothing is very good quality. I made sure I find the best stuff I could, guys. When we searched around for it, that was the best deals there. 12 cups. So I drink probably throughout the entire day and night if I'm doing a night show. Probably about a pot and a half a day is what I drink. Most of it's drunk, however you say the hell that. Most of the coffee is drank during the early part of the day. I drink about 5 to 7 cups throughout the early morning to throughout the show. So 12 cups, but it's really 6. This one here, but I drink at least 12 to 14 of these a day. And these are like, I think this is a 16 ounce. And I drink it. I always with creamer. I don't do black anymore. It gives me really bad heartburn without creamer. They're actually not that bad, Mystery. If you get them, you can always find them cheap. We get them through the dollar store. I get most of my coffee pods at the K-Cups at the dollar store. So yeah, that's 2 8-ounce cups in that mug, 16 ounce, right? So, and I drink, like I said, 12 to 14 of these a day, sometimes more. That's about when I drink usually most of mine, Siggy, is between 5 to 4 p.m., 5 a.m. to 4 p.m. Oh, yeah. Got to have the creamer because otherwise I get really bad heartburn from the black coffee. I don't know why it does that, but it does. So, and again, if we could drop the link in chat for the Printify shop one more time, you guys got to pick one of these up. These are so cool. I can't wait to be wearing this shirt. I love this. Doodle did so amazing with this. It looks amazing. I love it. Excuse me. No sugar for me. Everything I do is sugar free if I do anything at all. Creamer and stevia. Sometimes, yeah. Now, years ago, when I was still in the fire, I drank black coffee for a while. Thank you, Alicia. There's the link, guys, for the Printify shop. If you want to jump in there, go check it out. There's some really cool things in there. So, and we can adapt other things too if you need us to. So just let us know. All right, let's get this night rolling and get this stuff going. Thank you guys again for being here. You are appreciated. 53 people in the house. That's still very awesome. Let's see here. And we got 53 likes. 55 people, 53 likes. You guys rock and roll. I love it. That is amazing. Thank you all so very much. That's what I thought too, Tomboy. All right, let's see what we got. Let's get this part of it started. All right, hold on here. All right, so the first part, some of you guys might think is boring. I think it's a very interesting story. It explains where my favorite holiday, Halloween, comes from, what it's all about. Samhain or Samhain, however you want to pronounce it. Samhain. I've heard it pronounced many different ways, but still. Thank you so much, Siggy. So we're going to learn about where that comes from, what it's all about, and then we're going to jump into the haunting of the Gore Orphanage in Vermilion, Ohio. Crazy story, folks. Very interesting. And thank you guys for joining us tonight for Paranormal, Creepy, and Unexplained Friday night. It's great to have you guys here. Now we get to decompress from this crazy past 2 weeks in these horrific trials. We got 2 for 2. Just gotta love 1122. Shout out to Mrs. Harris, Walt's wife. Absolutely. It's all right, guys. We're back. No big deal. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Like I said, some of you guys might get bored for this part of this, but the second half of this is going to be quite interesting. Oh, you can still get those, Pink. You can still get those costumes. The Ben Cooper costumes, they still sell those. You can order them online. Those were so cool. I want to get them just to collect them, truly. All right, here we go, guys. Let me know what the audio is like, if there's any issues. Like I said, just bear with me. Try to get through this. And the second half of this will be quite interesting.
Trick-or-treating before costume parties, parades, and candy before Halloween, as we know it today, there was the ancient festival of Samhain. In this documentary, we will learn all about the history and origins of Halloween. The Celtic Fire Festival, called Samhain, pronounced Samhain, in Ireland, Savin, in Scotland, and Samhain in Manx. But first, let's talk about the ancient Celts that celebrated this fire festival. And who were the Celts? An ancient culture whose footprints walked across Europe from the British Isles to Spain to the Black Sea. They were the largest group of people living in ancient Europe. They never referred to themselves as the Celts. The Greeks named them this. It translated into barbarian. They were referred to as the Keltoi in 540 BC on the southern coast of France. Although there was never a single kingdom, but many hundreds of tribes with their own chiefs, they shared a language, a culture, and this ancient holiday, Samhain. These ancient Gauls, or Gallic tribes, were Celtic tribes who lived primarily in modern France. By the end of the Gaul Wars, Caesar had an equal disgust and respect for these Celtic armies. The history of this culture survived by written records by the Greeks and Romans and oral history. The Celts celebrated 8 festivals throughout the year: the winter solstice, midwinter, or Yule, falling around December 21st. Imbolc, or Candlemas, falling around February 1st to celebrate the first stirrings of spring. To celebrate spring was the spring equinox, or Ostara. On the eve of the first day of May was Beltane, otherwise known as May Day, marking on June 21st the summer solstice, midsummer, or Litha festival. August 1st was Lunasa.
Welcome, Phantom Grower. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And I want to thank anybody that's out there just listening out in the hallway, maybe not in the chat. You are very much appreciated as well. Everyone is appreciated, guys. Just please hit that like button if you will, and leave a comment afterwards if you don't mind. I'd like to see what you think.
Or Lammas was a harvest festival held around August 1st. The autumn equinox, or otherwise known as the Mabon Festival. And Samhain, the traditional Gallic festival held around November 1st. Well, we know it all starts on October 31st, when the veil between the living and the dead becomes very thin. In Ireland, Scotland.
Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that very much, brother. I hope I do the best I can, and I hope it is received that way as well. I'm not perfect by any means, and I'm not the best, but I do try to give you guys the best I can. That's all. So thank you for that, Mike. I appreciate it very much.
And Wales. This holiday was celebrated by lighting bonfires and sacrificing animals and humans to appease their ancient gods. The religious ceremonies were performed by Druids and Celtic priests, whose traditions were passed down from generation to generation. Celebrating this holiday between the fall equinox and the winter solstice was a mysterious time. It's getting darker. The days are getting shorter. It's getting colder. All manner of beasties are crawling nearer. It's time to honor these ancient gods and feed the mysterious creatures and deities of Samhain. Who were these ancient gods? Who were those mysterious creatures? In Irish mythology, they honored the Morrigan and the Crom Cruach. Crom Cruach, the ancient Celtic Irish god associated with fertility, or the god of harvest. At Samhain, it was ritualistic to offer this god milk and crops from harvest. He was also associated with sacrifice. So it was also a part of this ritual to offer a sacrifice of animals, livestock, and human sacrifice. This would ensure their animals stayed safe and healthy and produced more animals in the spring. An offering from the harvest would ensure bountiful harvests next year. It is also said that he was seen as a solar god. This makes sense, to feed and celebrate the sun god, to ensure that when he disappeared into the darkness of winter, that it would remember the people and the sacrifices and the gratitude and the fealty, that next year's harvest might be bountiful.
Thank you, Peg.
He was also considered the lord of the spirit realm and a shapeshifter. He was considered wise. He is dark, reserved, and frequently associated with corvids. Sounds like another god I've heard of, but we'll get to that another time. To celebrate Crom Cruach today, it's not unusual to have a feast and drink and make offerings of food and drink to this god.
we're grateful to have you here as well, Kaylee, and that goes to all of you. We really are, very much so.
Although people don't do human or animal sacrifices anymore, a large stein of beer and a plate of food will do. The Morrigan, which translates into the Great Queen. She is known to have 3 faces. Those 3 faces are Bave, Macha, and Anu. Bave, meaning crow, she was able to transform herself into the corvid and was sometimes considered Bave Katha, meaning war crow.
Thank you so much, Bonnie Bailey, for the $2 super sticker. God bless. We appreciate that so very much. That means a lot, guys. We don't expect anybody to ever donate to support the channel in that form. Just being here is enough support for all of us. It's very much appreciated. But it is deeply, deeply appreciated when anybody does with super stickers or via the PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. Again, never expected, but beyond appreciated. It helps me to keep the channel running on a regular basis, to come out every day to do what I do. So thank you for anybody that chooses to do that. God bless. It is so very much appreciated.
It was said that as a crow, she would confuse and terrorize the opposing side soldiers to help her favored army win. Seeing this crow could also foreshadow war or death. If you know anything about ravens and crows, they love snacks, loyalty, and loyal company. If you feed them, they'll bring you presents. If you harm them, they will not forget. So honor this part of the Morrigan. It is fortuitous. The Matcha. This aspect of the Morrigan is associated with the land, fertility, kinship, war, and horses, because the Celtic tribes sharing this culture understood that a well-fed army be protected by their gods. Honoring these gods ensured a well-fed tribe, a strong army, and a loyal steed. Hunger, weakness, and famine could destroy a kingdom. And the third face of the Morrigan, Anu, which translates into Mother of the Gods. This could be part of the 3 aspects of the Morrigan as the goddess of fertility. Honoring this goddess at Samhain would ensure a healthy tribe, bountiful harvest, and a strong fellowship in the tribe. Neolithic burial mounds, aligned with the sunrise of Samhain, and ancient burial mounds would be opened then. They were seen as portals to the other world. The Druid priests would build bonfires. The smoke cleansed the celebrants. The souls of the dead were said to cross the veil and wander among the living during this time. The children would play games and entertain the dead. Feasts and drink were served and poured in special seats just for these spirits. Sacrifices were made. Now, before the fires were lit at sunset, all fires in all of the homes were extinguished. When the Druids and the priests lit the ceremonial fire at sunset, everyone would relight their home hearths with this fire lit from a wheel. The wheel represented the wheel of the year. Harvest was over. It was now time to celebrate the dead, honor the gods and goddesses, appease the mythical creatures of Samhain. Creatures? What creatures? Well, before Frankenstein, Dracula, and fairy princesses, there were Celtic Samhain creatures. The Dullahan, or as we know him today, the Headless Horseman. The Puka, a shape-shifting creature, and the Lady Gwyn, a headless woman who chases wanderers in the night, accompanied by a big black pig. Because the ancient Celts believed that the veil between the living and the dead was thin, they left offerings in the fields for the Fae or the She, as in banshees. The Fae, or fairies, or the good people, weren't like the cartoon fairies of today. They were tricksters and sometimes downright mean. If you tripped on a rock, the Fae put it there. Don't pick that flower by that tree. It belongs to the Fae. Best not go near that fairy mound, for the Ishi guard it fearlessly. You have been warned. When the festival of Samhain arrives and the burial mounds are opened, it is said that not only could the spirits of their loved ones cross over into the living, but it was a perfect
Thank you, Walt, for your donation. That is so very much appreciated, brother. God bless you. We do appreciate that so much.
time for the Fae to kidnap the living and bring them back down into the underworld. So they would trick the Fae by using disguises, dressing up as animals. You see, the Fae were considered fearsome and dangerous. They could cause accidents, ruin crops, and harm or steal children. The Puka. The Celts considered the Puka to be a shape-shifting troublemaker. Always with black fur, the Puka transforms into all manner of beastie: horse, goat, dog, fox, and my favorite, the black cat. They could even transform into a human, but always with animal characteristics. Their favorite transformation is said to be a big black stallion. They would entice an unwitting rider and then take them on for a wild ride. Whether the person was drinking or not, the Puka uses its mythical powers to bewitch the human, leaving them with hazy recollections of the night before. Scary enough to frighten anyone, but usually no harm was done. Was that a way to keep people from drinking too much? Have you ever heard someone say, "Don't eat too much candy, you'll have nightmares"? It might have been a Puka saying that. Who knows? During Samhain, farmers would leave extra crops for the Puka, called the Puka share. The Dullahan, the headless horseman. Samhain has its roots in celebrating the sacrifices of the military. It's said that the Dullahan lost his head in battle.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Green Eyed Monster. Thank you for joining us tonight. And I'm grateful that you made it there and back safely. Appreciate you being here again. Thank you.
And he spends eternity looking for it. His horse, all black, with fire in its eyes, smoke from its nostrils, and sparks and fire come from its hooves as they hit the ground. In Ireland, leaders of the military were celebrated with special thrones during the celebration. But take this warning: during this celebration, anyone caught stealing would be put to death. And better keep those weapons stowed. You may lose your head if they're used during the celebration. He was considered a hobgoblin or wicked fairy. Sometimes he drives a carriage. He is fearsome and ugly with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. He may have also been a wicked aristocrat. If you see him, it's your death. He will hunt you down before taking your life. He will speak your name, and now you are marked.
Welcome, Sarge.
There may be no hope. It's possible that the legend of the Headless Horseman originated from the ancient Celtic god of fertility, Crom Duv, a king of Ireland long ago in an era where human sacrifices were performed. The method of sacrifice was always beheading. It was only during the golden hour, before the sunset, that people.
Welcome, Susbusters. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says Paranormal Friday. Appreciate spending Friday with you and the meatballs. And we appreciate you spending it with us as well, Susbusters. It's wonderful to have you here and everyone that's here. I hope you guys are enjoying this. And like I said, there's much more and quite more fun stuff to come. after we get through this. So thank you again for that, Susbusters. God bless. We appreciate you so much.
People were safe. After the sun went down, going outside in the dark could cost you your head. And then there's the Lady Gwyn. She's headless and wears a white gown. She travels with a big black pig. She chases wanderers after dark. I believe this represents the darkness and starkness of winter, the mysterious unknown. The black pig may be a shape-shifting puka. You may want to stay close to the fire where it's safe. And if you can picture it during these ancient times, the sun has gone down, the sacrifices have been made. As the Middle Ages progressed, so did the celebrations of Samhain. The fire festivals became more like family or village celebrations to honor the dead and for protection from fairies and someone new, protection from witches. It's hard to say when witches became spoken into existence, but we can only rely on the story of King Saul calling on the witch of Endor to defeat the Philistine army. As the witch hysteria tore through Europe and ancient beliefs and practices were replaced with fear and superstition, when it came to witches, the witch, mostly known as a cunning woman, went from healer to evil practitioner. During the burning times in Europe, over 100,000 men, and mostly women, were accused of witchcraft, and upwards of 50,000 people were hung as witches during the Spanish Inquisition. They were burned at the stake. If there isn't a more symbolic figure in Halloween history, it's the witch. No wonder it's the most popular costume of Halloween. But we'll get.
Thank you so much for that, Kel. Gifted a membership out. Let me see who got that. Who did receive that? Welcome, Sherry Rollins. Congratulations, and welcome to the sauce. We appreciate that so much, Kel, and we appreciate you, Sherry, for being part of this community and now part of this family. Thank you so much, both of you, so very much. Welcome to the sauce, Sherry.
Get back to witches in a little bit. Let's talk about Stingy Jack. Have you seen this face? Let me tell you a story. A long time ago was a man called Stingy Jack. Jack was a liar, a cold-hearted man with a silver tongue. The devil was jealous of Jack's reputation, and not to be outdone by a mere mortal, went up to find out for himself if these rumors were true. Jack, up to his old tricks, wandered drunk through the countryside and stumbled onto a body on his path. This pitiful body, ugly face, grimaced and miserable.
Welcome, Phil. Good to have you here this evening. I hope you're having a great night, and I thank you for joining us. 61 watching, 33 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match somehow, please, and thank you. Pretend like you like me for just a couple hours, guys. That's all it takes. I appreciate it. So does the rest of the crew here. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We do appreciate each and every single one of you for joining us.
Miserable was old Nick himself. Jack, knowing it was his demise seeing that devil, had come to collect his due and take his rotten soul back down. He made his last request with this demon. Let me have one last pint. Seeming agreeable with this wish, the two went to the pub. Jack, with a bottomless thirst, drank until he could no more. Drunk and brave, asked the devil, please pay for my tab. But to his surprise, the Dark Lord confessed he carried no money. Jack, suggesting that the devil turn himself into a coin Jack would use to pay, the devil agreed. Obliging him, he became a coin. This coin, sitting in Jack's pocket, unbeknownst to Old Scratch. Jack kept a crucifix in the same pocket. Unable to regain his true form, Satan was at the mercy of Jack's demands. Jack, conniving and living up to his reputation, told Satan, "In exchange for my freedom, you will not haunt me for 10 years. You will spare my soul." The day came when 10 years passed. The devil came to collect. Again, he asked the devil, "Please, let me have one apple to fill my starving belly." Once again fooled by Jack, climbing the tree, he had surrounded the base of the tree with crucifixes. The infernal one, trapped in this apple tree, demanded to be released. Jack set again to make a deal with El Diablo. Jack demanded that on his death or before, the devil will never take his soul beneath. The devil agreed and was set free. And Jack, ever thirsty for a drink, eventually drank himself to death. He appeared at the pearly gates. St. Peter would not allow him in because of his sinful and gluttonous ways. He was banished to hell. The devil, fulfilling his deal with Jack, couldn't accept his soul either. Instead, he gave Jack an ember of coal, lighting his way back to the world of the living. Jack was doomed to roam the earth on the plains between good and evil, with only this ember kept in a carved turnip. So every year, when we carve pumpkins, we set a light in tradition of old stingy Jack, and add a little light between the worlds of the living and the dead. Let's talk about the dead for a moment, shall we? But first, let me ask you, are you hungry? I think it's time for us to set a table for a dumb supper. It's called a dumb supper as in silent. It is still practiced today, but especially on Samhain or Halloween, possibly with 19th century Appalachian roots. It was a meal that included setting a place for revered loved ones who had passed on. It also may draw its roots in an earlier lore of tradition from the British 17th century. Rituals for this supper include celebrating it on October 31st. Arrange a table with candles and place the settings for each past loved one or someone you want to include. Using place cards with a name on each one, place it at each setting. Cooking something that each ancestor loved to eat should be included in the meal. Invoke the spirits you've invited. Silently enjoy your meal, and when you're finished, let the candles burn themselves out. Have you ever celebrated a dumb supper? Maybe you'll set an extra place this year. Back to the history of Samhain. By the 5th century, Pope Boniface attempted to move the pagan celebration to May 13th. This was to celebrate saints and martyrs. However, the fire festivals of October and November didn't end. By the 9th century, Pope Gregory moved the celebration back to the time of the fire festivals, except for a few changes. He declared November 1st to be All Saints' Day and November 2nd to be All Souls' Day. The aspects of the pagan holiday remained on October 31st. When the Irish and Scottish emigrated to America, they brought with them their ancient Samhain practices, like dumb supper. And everyone's favorite part of Halloween, trick-or-treating. The ancient practice of guising was first done around the ancient fires of Samhain Fire Festival. This was done to trick the fairies and keep them from kidnapping you. They can't kidnap you if they can't recognize you. In 16th century Scotland and Ireland, the wealthy might leave cakes and drink outside of their homes to protect from evil spirits. Eventually, the poor and unfortunate might take these treats to eat themselves. By the 19th century, this transformed into children dressing up and going house to house, performing a poem or song in exchange for a treat. The homeowner might be warned of bad luck or misfortune if nothing was given. Trick-or-treating or guising. The earliest known occurrence of guising, or dressing in disguise in North America, was in 1911 in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Although in the UK well before 1911, going all the way back to the 8th and 6th century BC in Greece, children would go door to door dressed up as swallows asking for treats. If they weren't given anything, the kids would promise mischief upon that household. Borrowed from the ancient Celtic tradition of dressing up as the dead and going from home to home, asking for treats or coins in the Middle Ages, called this souling. Then, up into the 16th century in Scotland and England, children dressed in masks or painted faces and recited Celtic poems and asked for food or treats, or pranks were guaranteed. When the Scots and Irish emigrated to the United States, this tradition continued. So it's 1911 in Canada. It's October 31st. Children are out in force, and neighborhoods other part of the game to have all manner of goblins, and apples, and goats in one piece. By toss the peel over her shoulder, and whatever initial the peel looked like, that was to be the first initial of her future.
Hang on, guys.
Wax.
Sorry about that.
Well, that game lost a lot of favor, as did bobbing for apples by the end of the 1800s. When the Scots and Irish emigrated to America, they brought this tradition with them. Have you ever bobbed for an apple on Halloween? How did it go? By the 1930s, Halloween costumes were being mass-produced in the likes of Charlie Chaplin, Little Orphanage, and Mickey Mouse. There was a focus on less scary costumes. Many Halloween parades were held at night. The stick lantern was used to light parades. They were made of tin and shaped like jack-o'-lanterns and had candles inside. By 1935, haunted houses, along with corn mazes, were a fun way to celebrate. Because it was the height of the Depression, theft and vandalism were running rampant. To dissuade this, parents encouraged their kids to visit haunted houses and corn mazes. By 1950, it's a post-war America. Suburban neighborhoods and schools are popping up everywhere. Candy was the #1 most popular aspect of Halloween. While most of the treats were homemade, like candy apples or popcorn balls, candy makers began to factor in Halloween as a huge holiday like Christmas and Valentine's Day. By then, the cowboy and princess, clown and Frankenstein's monster, Batman and Robin, and Lone Ranger took the place of homemade costumes. By the late 1950s, city councils encouraged costumes with no masks to tamp down on vandalism. By 1960, the new prank had made its mark.
Welcome, Miss Nita P tonight. Good to see you tonight. I appreciate you guys dropping by, and I hope you guys are enjoying this tonight very much.
Toilet paper. Older kids feeling too grown to trick or treat took up the mantle of TPing houses. Done correctly, this can be a real pain in the, to clean up. The 1970s and 80s introduced horrors that were on the screen. Some were very real. Horror movies replaced Halloween parties. And the real danger of poison candy and apples with razor blades raised concerns of parents everywhere. Trick-or-treating went from just visiting neighborhoods to the modern Trunkoween in church and shopping parking lots. Who remembers having their candy searched by their parents to make sure there was nothing nefarious in that Milky Way? Halloween today and modern Samhain practices. Around the 1980s, pagans were coming out of the broom closet in droves. Wiccan covens were meeting Mary to honor the ancestors and ancient gods and goddesses. Wiccans see Samhain as the witch's new year. Another year has passed. In the tradition of the ancient Druids, the Festival of the Dead, celebrated on October 31st, hosts bonfires, dumb suppers, drinking, and feasting. Code Orange. If you know this term, you know exactly what this is. And if you're a Halloween fanatic, you know exactly what time of year it is when you see the words Code Orange posted all over Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere else. Ready to put away that boring tablecloth and butter dish? It's time to replace it with one with bats and cobwebs and a black candelabra, ceramic jack-o'-lanterns everywhere. Black cats and skulls for decor are perfect. Craft stores and home improvement centers are stocked by the creeps and witches and ghouls to decorate and celebrate the most wonderful time of year. Halloween, theme parks around the world, carnivals in big cities and small, parades, house parties, and this is not just for kids. Halloween is as much of a holiday for adults as it is for children. The modern Halloween tradition is set in stone. As long as children in America have celebrated Halloween, it's been common practice to wear your costume to school, enter the costume contests, and maybe have a Halloween party in class. Even kids in the upper grades dress up. For the adults, it's gone from something for kids to something absolutely wild. Let's start with decorations. Are you a carved jack-o'-lantern type of monster? Or a turn the front yard into a graveyard type of monster? In New Orleans, the skeleton house is infamous. Or maybe you just want something more spooky and glamorous. How about a ball? Anne Rice's Vampire Ball in New Orleans might be just what you're looking for. There may be other vampire balls near you. They are becoming very, very popular. Every town, big or small, has a haunted house, or two, sometimes 5, or more. Some are small and quaint, and some are a horror spectacular, like the Arubis attraction in Pontiac, Michigan. From giant monsters to bottomless pits, if terror is your thing, welcome home. In Los Angeles, Griffith Park, take a ride on the Haunted Hayride. Definitely a horror-filled experience that will take your breath away. If something more organic is your thing, why not gather your closest friends and have a seance, like Houdini's wife did every year after his death on October 31st. It's October 31st, 1926. Harry Houdini has just died. His wife, Bess, tried to contact him from beyond the grave. Although they had a code word, it was never revealed. Her last attempt to contact him was on October 31st, 1936, on the roof of the Knickerbocker Hotel. 10 years was enough. She never tried to contact him again. But if you're game, feel free to chant Rosabelle, answer, tell, pray, answer, look, answer, answer, tell. And tell Houdini that we say hello. Or better still, maybe a tiptoe through a graveyard. But before you go visiting, your local cemetery is not a park. Let's go over some cemetery etiquette. It is very possible that your friends and neighbors have loved ones interred where you are visiting. Because it is a sacred space, please be respectful. Try and keep conversation to a minimum. Being quiet is being very kind and respectful. It may be Halloween to you, but it may be a solemn day for someone else. Don't touch those headstones, especially the older headstones. They may be very fragile. Please, no rubbing the names and dates. A photograph will be much better. Keep an eye out for footstones. They're only a few inches off of the ground. It's easy to miss them and trip. And watch out for grave indentations. Graveyards and cemeteries are not flat. There may be sunken-in burials or potholes. Best walk around them. Limit running around or playing on the graves or headstones. Besides injuries or damage, it's just not nice. If you accidentally damage something, tell an employee or caretaker immediately. Halloween can be fun visiting a cemetery, but they are not parks. They deserve respect and reverence and dignity. Feel free to leave flowers. I think they will always appreciate that. During Halloween, with the belief that the veil between the living and the dead is very thin or non-existent, some traditions say that when you leave a graveyard or cemetery, make sure you wipe your feet off because you do not want to walk into your house with graveyard dirt. It's also respectful to possibly have a blessing done on yourself if you believe that you might have invited a ghost home with you. These might just be superstitions, though. I don't know. Let's go back to the land of the living, shall we? And talk about candy. Oh, the Halloween candy. I remember filling pillowcases full of candy every Halloween as a kid. Did you? And boy, when you'd go to school the next day and your lunchbox would be full of Reese's peanut butter cups and Tootsie Rolls and Dum Dums, Smarties. Kids really get their candy fill on Halloween. Grown-up kids too. So let's go down the list of some very popular candies on Halloween. Did you know that since 1986, Child's Play has been the best-selling candy assortment ever since 1986? Well, Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? Well, kids worldwide have sent over 20,000 letters to Tootsie Pop asking this question. My number one top favorite candy all year long, and especially during Halloween, is Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And it is the number one selling candy for Halloween. How much is 90 million pounds of candy in a year on Halloween only? Well, that's about how much consumers buy every year for this fun, spooky holiday. It totals over $4.6 billion in sales. That is a lot of candy. This one has a camp divided, 50-50 split down the middle. I like this candy, but I know there's people that absolutely despise it. It's candy corn. It's been around since the 1880s, and it was originally called chicken feed. According to children all across the United States, Reese's peanut butter cups, Kit Kat, M&Ms, and Snickers are the top 4 most prized trick-or-treating candies ever. Fun-sized candy bars. They were first produced by Mars Candy Company in the 1960s. You know what I think's fun about fun-sized candy bars? Pretending that eating 10 of them is still way less calories than eating one full-size candy bar. And here's an interesting fact about Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie Rolls were used in wartime field ration kits during World War II for American soldiers. Do you like Kit Kats? Well, people in Japan do. There are over 350 flavors of Kit Kats, including unique ones like wasabi and chili in Japan. I will now read you all 350 flavors. Just kidding. Oh, circus peanuts. Please don't hand out circus peanuts during Halloween. We want chocolate. We want M&Ms. We want Reese's peanut butter cups. Reese's peanut butter cups are the best. Have I mentioned that? And for honorable mention, we're going to talk about some vintage candy, like Smarties. Those little tangy, sweet, pellet stacked candies are still my favorite. That weird almost grape, that strange almost cherry, maybe that's a lemon, maybe that's a lime flavor. I don't know. I still love them. Molasses Kisses. First offered by Care's Candy Company in 1895 in Canada by Scottish immigrants. Wrapped in weird, colorful, waxy paper, the super sweet, super sticky, delicious molasses candy, you can still find them around. Wax soda bottles. These were handed out during Prohibition. They were supposed to mimic a nip of whiskey. They were called nickel nips. A funny little follow-up to wax lips, produced by Tootsie Roll Industries. You could drink the strange flavor inside and then chew the rest of the wax bottle like bubble gum. But there was no bubbles because it was wax. And absolutely, those weird wax lips, big ruby red lips, maybe some with some vampire fangs. Those were so strange, but always a weird favorite in our neighborhood. And the king of all homemade treats on Halloween. If you were lucky enough to have a neighbor that would spend all day, maybe all week, making candy apples and popcorn balls to hand out to the kids, you were lucky, lucky, lucky. Those were my favorite and an absolute treasure to be able to get.
I absolutely love popcorn balls. It's one of my absolute favorites. They're not very trustworthy nowadays because there's a lot of sick people out there, but I still love making our own popcorn balls and Rice Krispie treats too. Love them, love them. The wax bottles and the lips were one of my favorite back in the day too. Absolutely adored those. The candied apples are those now. I don't care for those. The caramel apples aren't bad. But the popcorn balls, the ones that are dipped and rolled and stuff, are really good too. I love them.
From Samhain an ancient Celtic celebration of the dead, to trick-or-treating, haunted houses, Halloween parades, and horror movies. I hope you've enjoyed this history of this most ancient holiday. And now that we've come to the end of our Halloween journey, grab your pumpkin and broom. It's time to trick or treat. No matter how you celebrate this holiday, you won't be alone.
And there it is, guys. The story / history behind Halloween, my favorite holiday. Happy Dago anniversary, Doodle. It says 8 months. You've been here longer than 8 months, Doodle. You've been here over a year now. I don't understand why I can't get it right. It's weird. It's all right, though. Happy Dago anniversary, dear, and thank you so much for being here, Doodle. You know, you do so much for this channel. I can't even describe it, but we are grateful that you're part of this community and this family. More grateful than you know. So, thank you again, Duty. Yeah, it's more like that's a little bit more better. That's right. Thank you. This thing is crazy. YouTube is nuts. So that is the story and the history behind Halloween, folks, from the very beginning all the way up to right about now. So let's see what comes up next here. Yeah, I absolutely love popcorn balls, folks. Love them. Even mini, we used to make mini ones too. All right, so moving forward for the fun part of tonight, I hope you guys enjoyed that. And if you didn't, I understand. A lot of people aren't into that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. Moon Lover, it's wonderful to see you tonight. Oh, I tell you guys another one. You're talking. Kel's asking if you've watched any fun Halloween movies. You have to watch. It's one of Caden's favorites now, and actually one of mine too. It's called Hubie Halloween. It's always on Netflix, and I'm telling you right now, it is fun. It's Adam Sandler, Steve Buscemi, Rob Schneider. There's quite a few people in it, and of course, Sandler's wife. She's always in it in his stuff now. So go check it out, guys. If you haven't seen it, it's called Hubie Halloween. It's actually really good. It's hilarious. And of course, I've watched everything you can think of. Every year, this time of year, I watch all the movies that you can think of. So Scream, Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, all of them. All of them. Hey, Teresa, good to see you tonight. Hubie Halloween is just amazing. I love it. I wish they come out with a second part to it. So, for the rest of the show tonight, good to see you tonight, Chris. There is a place here there's a city in Ohio called Vermilion, Ohio. For those of you that are from Ohio, may be familiar with it. You may not be. I could see that, Mike. I could see that. It's got a lot of SNL people in it too, guys. You would love it. It's hilarious. I know Molly loves Scream. Yes. So, in Vermilion, Ohio, there is or was quite a while ago an orphanage called the Gore Orphanage. And there's a couple of legends or whatever you want to call it that surround this as well. They're separate, but they're the same thing. Mystery, great to have you here tonight, dear. Dance of the Druids. There you go. Yeah, that one by Rob Zombie is a good one too. Hellraisers, that's another good one. Yeah, we watch all that stuff when it's for at least the whole month of October. We try to get them all in. So, but anyway, so here in Ohio, in Vermilion, there is a place called the Gore Orphanage. It's a true story. I have couple different versions of this. Cross your fingers that they work, and that YouTube doesn't play games with me tonight because I've filtered them all. So we'll see what happens. I thought this would be I was told this story when I was younger, and I thought it was just one of those stories that people like to tell at Halloween time to creep everybody out. Then I was told by two people it's not just one of those stories, that it's based off of 100% off of true events. And I went, okay. So we shall see, folks, what you guys think. Because I love this one. Let me know how the audio is, please.
Hello, everyone. On today's episode, we are going to be discussing a place that me and Kim have been meaning to get to for a while.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most popular haunted places in all of Ohio, called Gore Orphanage. I will say, going into this episode, I did not know much about it.
Yeah.
Actually,
Hang on, guys. I may have picked the wrong one. Nope, this is the first one I was going to see. Okay.
We'll start with the thing that was like the first thing that I guess was built. Been meaning to get using. So we did a little Google Maps. Instead of Googling it, I would have found it.
So if you're in the area and you want to look for it, just Google it.
Yeah.
Like Google Maps it, and it'll take you right to it.
First, we're going to kind of do this, I guess, chronologically, so the history, but we're going to start off with what the legend of Gore Orphanage is.
Yeah.
So Kim, take it away.
All right. So the legend is that an orphanage in Vermilion was engulfed in flames, and the screams of children could be heard from onlookers as this place just went up. And over 100 orphans perished in this fire. And of course, the supernatural thing is that you can hear the children screaming, you can see a building on fire, you can see ghostly lights, all this fun stuff.
Right. So that is what the legend is. As with most legends, there is almost no truth to that. Gore Orphanage didn't really burn down. I mean, technically, I think some of the buildings did, but after they were abandoned, it almost sounds like they were burnt down more on purpose to kind of get rid of them.
Yeah.
But there is weird truths to the legend, which I think goes for a lot of legends. There's usually like some kind of semblance of truth.
Yeah.
Something that's spurred the rumor in the beginning. So now we're going to kind of start with like the actual like thing that happened. So we'll start with the thing that was like the first thing that I guess was built on the property, right? It was the mansion.
Yes. The family by the name of Swift actually built a mansion on the property, and they lived there for quite a few years.
Mm-hmm.
They also did have children that passed away there and such like that.
Yeah,
but,
because his name was Joseph Swift, and he was a farmer. And it says he came in bad luck in 1831. Swift's 5.
Well, this is not the way I wanted to do this. I was gonna flip this around. Sorry, hold on a minute, guys. 1 second. I think this is the one here. Yeah. No, yeah. Hold on a minute. Give me a second. All right, this is what I meant. Sorry. It's getting late, so I grabbed the wrong links. 1 second, guys. Hold on. There we go. Let me roll that first. Yep. Yeah, I thought I had the two links flipped around. My apologies, folks. Okay, this is better.
The desperate screams of children and thick black smoke fill the air as dozens of onlookers stare in horror. The old orphanage is soon reduced to a pile of glowing embers that slowly extinguish. The desperate screams of children.
Just wanted to make sure I was at the beginning, guys. Hold on. Here we go.
As dozens of onlookers stare in horror. The old orphanage is soon reduced to a pile of glowing embers that slowly extinguish. Were the souls of the children extinguished with them? Or do they cry out from beyond the grave? Today, here on Mystery Archives, we explore this nightmarish tragedy and tell the untold story of Gore Orphanage. The year was 1902, and a religious zealot named Reverend Johann Sprunger decided to establish an orphanage on Gore Road in the Vermilion area. He and his wife Katharina had moved to Ohio after their prior orphanage had burned down in Boon, Indiana. Although it was located on Gore Road, the actual name of the orphanage was Light of Hope, although its name would not fit its future reputation. The new orphanage consisted of 4 sets of farm buildings covering a total of 543 acres. A magnificent Greek-style mansion now sat abandoned on the property as well, and it too had a strange and tragic backstory. Originally built by a man named Joseph Swift in the 19th century, it housed elaborate furnishings, ornate woodwork, and marble columns. But happiness soon turned to tragedy when Swift's 5-year-old daughter suddenly passed away. And within a matter of months, his 24-year-old son would also pass. Shortly after both of these terrible happenings, the Swift family investments began to dry up, forcing Joseph to sell his once dream home to a man named Nick.
I slowed it down, Alicia, just for copyright purposes, just in case. I filtered it, but you guys know how that goes with these things sometimes. But it is slowed down. I can speed it up. I just was checking it to see how it rolled. He definitely doesn't talk. It's worse than Ben Stein.
Nicholas Wilbur, who was a renowned spiritualist. Mysterious rituals and seances were said to have been conducted regularly in the secluded mansion, conjuring up the spirits of deceased children. The spirits were said to inhabit a particular room within the mansion itself, and that Wilbur's own children were psychic and could communicate with them on a regular basis. Tragedy would also befall Wilbur as well. 4 of his grandchildren would die at the mansion during a diphtheria epidemic. The mansion was then abandoned in 1901, roughly 1 year prior to Sprunger purchasing the land. Sprunger did not, however, try to use this mansion as part of his orphanage. He decided to utilize it as part of a self-sustaining religious community instead. It housed a small chapel and a printing press, proudly stamping Bibles and other religious texts printed there with Light of Hope. The orphanage grew to be quite large population-wise. It housed over 100 children at any given time. Boys lived at a farm called the Hughes Farm, while the girls lived at the Howard Farm. But rumors of darkness and despair would begin to plague Light of Hope. Orphans frequently ran away from the home, often wading through the Vermilion River to escape. And many children soon told horrific stories of abuse.
Well, hello, Mom. Good to see you tonight. I sent you a link in Discord, dear, if you wanted to join me. If not, you're welcome to hang and chat. But welcome to wonderful to see you tonight. Sorry, it's getting late.
Neglect and slave labor. They described their diet consisting of calves' lungs, hog heads, and sick cattle, if they were fed at all. Their food was also often cooked in the same pots that were used for boiling undergarments. And the allegations didn't stop here. They would go on to describe rat-infested quarters where the children lived, and how the rats would often bite children as they tried to sleep. The children also only had one tub per farm to bathe in, and they could only bathe every 2 weeks, and had to use the same water as the other children. Sprunger would also apparently rent the children out to neighboring farms as laborers for a price, and would beat the children with a thick leather strap if any of them dared to step out of line. Illness was apparently only treated via prayer, and the children didn't receive a proper education as they were meant to. In 1909, a formal investigation was conducted by the state of Ohio, but because there were no laws on the books at the time, they failed to be able to do anything about the situation. The Sprungers would ultimately admit to many of the allegations that were lobbied against them. The fate of Light of Hope would soon come to fruition, however. Mr. Sprunger died just 2 years after the conclusion of the investigation, leading to the closure of the orphanage in 1916, after years of financial troubles. The children would be dispersed throughout the local community and or returned to any relatives that would take them. But unlike the infamous legend, there is actually no evidence of the orphanage burning down whatsoever. But there is an eerily similar event that happened about 40 miles away from where Light of Hope is located. Shortly before the orphanage investigation in 1908, a disaster took place in the town of Collinwood. The school mysteriously caught fire and caused the deaths of 176 students and 4 adults. These poor souls either burned to death or were trampled in the ensuing chaos. According to witnesses, the children attempted to exit the building through the main stairwell, but it was already blocked by flames. The majority then tried to make their way to the rear exit of the school, but it was unfortunately locked. Crammed together with little to no room to move, the fire swept from hallway to hallway.
Good evening, Mom. How are you?
Hello. The link worked from yesterday. I haven't opened my laptop in a week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's super cool. So I guess they did that update where the StreamYard thingy leaves the link the same.
Yeah, I can set it up to run that way, yeah. So, well, it's
That's
good
cool.
to see you.
Hello,
Yes.
everybody in chat. I was on top. I'm stuck on top chat, so I couldn't see everybody on the phone.
Really?
How have you
Everybody,
been? Yeah, I
I'm
don't know what the hell's wrong with my phone.
That's not just yours. SRB's been having that problem, so have a few other people, so don't feel bad. She had to what did you have to do, SRB? She had to reset her phone or something like that for it to work. She has to keep doing it too. It's crazy.
I
don't
already
know.
got a hold of YouTube on Twitter, so I sent them a screenshot. I hope they fix it because it's very frustrating.
It's happening to a lot of people. So there, yeah, I get it. I'm good, especially after today. We are 2 for 2 for justice. Quentin Simon got his justice today, as well as Sarah Boone's being.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw it. I didn't know. I know you said you took a little break, but Leilani got found guilty on all 19 counts, and Sarah was found guilty of second-degree murder. So, yes. Good stuff all the way around. Especially in the Simon case. I was really, really ecstatic about that. It actually brought tears to my eyes because that little baby boy got true justice this time, and it kind of reinstilled a little bit of faith in humanity today for me. So,
Yep. Same. I mean, when the first couple days of trial, I think was when I went on Twitter and like had a full blown meltdown.
Yeah.
The defense attorney was just pissing me off to no end and trying to make her look like a damn schoolgirl. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they
got to me.
saw through all that, in my opinion. No, I get it. Which I knew that's his job. That's what he's supposed to do. But still, that's all right. It was everything was seen through. They saw it for what she was and saw it for what it was and saw her for who she was. So, and today was the first time in 2 years that I saw a true tear roll down that girl's face, and it was only for the fact that she lost her life now, not because of her child losing his life, but now because of her. So
yep.
That shows
I totally agree.
That shows who she truly is to me, and I am grateful for the justice that is received at this point. So yes. So, and then Dingbat, of course, was shocked because of what happened. She thought she had this in the bag. Well, so be it.
Yeah, but that bitch wasn't smiling this evening.
No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. And according to her attorney, of course, they're going to file an appeal, and there's going to be a pre-sentencing investigation, which happens in every case. And he mentioned something tonight when they were doing that interview. JLR caught them leaving and said that there's going to be some statements coming from the one doctor that did the evaluation on her about other mental health issues that Sarah has. Well, those should have been brought up a long time ago, as far as I'm concerned. That doesn't stand right now. You should have brought that up a long time ago and tried to use that then. But at this point, I don't even care. So.
Nope. I don't want to hear shit she has to say.
We watched videos today that showed who Sarah truly was. She was one hell of a bully mom, I'll put it that way. She was a dark person, so that's all.
I've been watching highlights on it, like skipping through and just watching little bits here and there on it. Because I mean, I really wanted to be there at the trial, but I just didn't have the hours to take off work, and I can't afford to take off work. So, and plus, Quentin's case really got to me, and I kind of took a whole break from everything. I don't think I've talked to anybody except my boys, and Doodle messaged me, and I talked to Kim one night, but I just haven't been anywhere. I don't know. It really got to me. Like, normally I could sit through a trial. It doesn't bother me, but there's a handful of cases that they tear me from the inside out.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm sitting on the end of my couch in my little safe place and I'm bawling my eyes out, that's when I got to breathe. Because
I get it.
You know me, I'm hard as iron, and it just, it tore me to pieces. It absolutely tore me to pieces. And then getting off work today, and the first thing I did was went to check for updates, and I opened my Twitter and it said Leilani found guilty, and I thought, oh my God. So I went and I grabbed just the end of it and watched the end of it and took the dogs out. And
they haven't set any kind of a sentencing date for Leilani yet. And believe me, I'll find it. We'll be there for that. But Sarah's is Monday, December 2nd at 1:30 p.m. for her sentencing. So
I hope she gets the full extent.
Well, see, it goes back to, sorry guys, we'll get back to this here in just a minute. Only admissible for mitigating factors, right? There will be, in my opinion, oh hell, what the hell was I gonna say? I can't remember at this point. I'll be covering sentencing on both. Oh, what I was gonna say is, I'm just grateful now that that's two less people in this world that we have to live with that are not good people, in my opinion. So grateful for that.
I agree.
Grateful for that. Now we got to get through Stearns' here trial and the rest of Delphi and then Idaho. And I'll be able to breathe for a while when those are all done.
Right. Same.
The Stern,
I'm the same way. Once I see those, you know, I hate to put it this way, but come and go, it's time to like just reset for a little while until the next batch comes through.
Stearns especially. Stearns' trial and Leilani's trial were the two that I was really anticipating being stressed about. And then also Elijah Vu, when his trial hits, I'm going to be really on that one too, because those two remind me of two versions of Leilani Simon. So absolutely, Siggy. That tear was only for her because she was found guilty. That was it. Nothing more. It wasn't for that child at all. So
no, that bitch has no remorse whatsoever. Not a morsel.
None. I couldn't believe that she had the gall to cry once she was found guilty, but couldn't shed one tear when they were looking at her child's photographs and his body. I couldn't. Pikeville, yeah, that should be coming up too. Good point, Moon. But I'm just, like I said, we're 2 for 2 for today. I'm grateful that they're over. I'm grateful that the outcome of what they were, and that gives a little that shows a little sunshine on the true crime community as far as I'm considered. So
it does.
Have a great night, Mystery. Hope to see you again tomorrow, and I hope you have a great rest of your night, dear. Yeah, it definitely does, Mom. Definitely does. So are you back, or are you just testing the waters?
No, I'm back. I just like there's only a handful of cases that's ever like really got to me. Like I can sit and look at pictures, I can look at autopsy reports, I can sit through trials, but there's a handful of them and they're mainly the ones that I was there from day one. You know, from the time that first missing poster was posted, or the alert come across my phone, or a family that I've dealt with, or a case that I've done a lot of work in the background on. Those are the ones that like they get to my guts. You know what I mean? It's like,
oh yeah. This one, well, this one was really was yanking hard on my heartstrings. It completely changed my personality, but I was actually a little bit nervous, which is why I think I was acting out so much with Leilani's trial, because I had a couple doubts that they were going to really try to pull this one and get her off. And I swore to you guys, if she would have got up, I'd have probably quit YouTube at that point. That was rough for me to watch that trial. It was to watch her sit there day in and day out with no emotion whatsoever, and the smirking, the arrogance, the cockiness, just all of that was really getting to me. But I wasn't going to walk away from it. I just can't. Not because, same as you, I was here from the beginning. I'm just not. So, and we got what we needed today, and I'm grateful. So definitely. But it's good to have you here. I appreciate you joining me. Maybe you can join us tomorrow for the morning show since you're back. Of course, if you're up that early.
If I'm up.
Exactly. Stearns is Jesus. When is Stearns set for, Mom, again?
I've got the paperwork. Hang on, let me see. I gotta locate it. It might be on my phone, or it could be on my computer.
I wrote it down in my other notebook, and I don't have that one out. I have a new notebook out. Shit, I had it memorized. I can't
The
remember.
amount of stuff that I've got saved. Here it is.
Stearns is
I
gonna
think
bother
this
me
is
too.
it. Oh yeah.
But it's another one I got to follow through with.
Come on. It's trying to open.
We'll get right back to this in a second,
I
guys.
think this is it. Sorry, I came and derailed the live again, y'all.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
9/22/2025 is jury trial. 9/10/2025 is pre-trial.
So we got a year to go. Idaho and Stearns are going to be probably rolling around the same times. So, or with next year at least, I should say. And yeah, there's a hearing on November 7th for Idaho, Cal, and I'll be following that too. But these two I wanted to get out of the way. Actually, these three, because Delphi is rolling right now too. But we're not going to get anywhere near as much coverage. I'm going to have to do recaps on Delphi. I was kind of pissed off that there's no cameras, but it is what it is. Judge Gall's insane. That's all I can say. So, all right. Well, this is, I don't know if you heard me, Mom, or heard any of this, but this is the, we covered what Samhain was, or Samhain, however you pronounce it, the story behind what Halloween is or where it came from, that whole thing, like a documentary on that. And then tonight I wanted to cover the story behind the Gore Orphanage here in Vermilion, Ohio. It was really, really creeped out story that I've been following for years. There's different theories behind it and everything. So that's what we're into right now. And you're interested in this stuff, so you should like it. All right.
I'm ready. Here we go.
Yes, ma'am. Here we go. Hang on to your bloomers, as Doodle would say. She said she has on her Halloween or her spooky bloomers. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to know what that means, Doodle. But anyway, here we go.
Consuming all in its path. The cries of the children disturbed desperate parents and onlookers who could do nothing to save them. After the tragedy, the school's janitor would be accused of setting the blaze, but was later proven innocent. He himself lost 4 children in the fire and was terribly burned trying to rescue one. And for a time, he was detained by the police in protective custody to keep the residents from lynching him. This terrible and very real event is what more than likely inspired the tall tales of Gore Orphanage. Perhaps the details were mixed up or interwoven for one reason or another. It could be that after the fire, many families from Collinwood moved away, many of them to where Light of Hope was located at the time. The fire itself brought an end to the town of Collinwood, leading to its annexation into Cleveland just 2 years after the tragedy. Although Gore Orphanage, or Light of Hope, also shared a dark past, it would also experience a fire, but one much different than the legend. After its abandonment, it quickly became a dwelling ground for teenagers and troublemakers. The Swift mansion soon became covered in graffiti and would be burned down in 1923, more than likely by the same culprits. This is what remains of the site today. And although there is no evidence of anyone passing away during the days of Light of Hope Orphanage, there certainly is a dark past and multiple deaths that have taken place upon the land. The dark rituals and seances conducted within the Swift mansion in and of itself could have conjured something into this world that shouldn't be here. And since its abandonment, a lot of paranormal activity has been reported in or around the site. Apparitions, disembodied voices, balls of light, screams, and ghostly handprints are just some of the strange paranormal activity that has been reported on Gore Orphanage Road. And whatever the case may be, whether the stories are true or false, one can say with certainty that given the dark events of the land that we're aware of, it's not surprising that this legend continues to live on today. and that Gore Orphanage has earned its spot in history as Ohio's most haunted destination. Thank you so much for watching.
All right, now that was the quick side of that one, and hold on here. Sorry, guys, hold on here. Come on now. Where it is, where it at, where it do, where it be. Hold on a minute, folks. I'm sorry. I am so disorganized. I'm tired. This has been a really rough couple weeks, to be honest with you. Von moment. Talk to them for a minute, Mom. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello. How y'all been? I'm sure did miss y'all. I'm glad to be back. I know y'all understand. Y'all know what y'all do and what we do, and we all do this together. And I'll talk about decompressing, and I guess that's what I did. But my form of decompression was binge watching American Horror Stories. Kind of a nostalgic thing, I reckon. Quite disturbing. Everything getting recovered. Yeah. It'll take years to build some of these cities back, because some of them that were hit wasn't even recovered from the last hurricane before this one. It's going all right. I haven't got out much. The trials, and then my car decided to start leaking oil from my valve cover, so I haven't been out and about much at all. Just kind of been chilling and taking a breather. It's been a hell of a couple of weeks. It drains you, especially when they run these cases together. I know it's different states, but do what we do here, it does. It drains you. And then something on a lighter note that kind of matches the theme of the evening. I work 40 hours a week. You guys know that. That's why I'm not here during the day, generally, unless it's a holiday. And we have a pumpkin painting contest, pumpkin carving contest. And I did Pennywise on a pumpkin. By no means am I an artist, but I put my heart into it, and I'm rather proud of how it turned out. Hello, Molly. How is everybody doing? Hello, Phil. You just tap my screen and skip an ad. Yeah, you just hit the little skip button. Hello, Pebbles. Hope you guys are all doing good. I didn't sing for them tonight. I figured I'd give them a break.
It's all good, even if you did. Okay, guys, here's the next part to this. Again, fingers crossed, everything runs well. Like I said, I don't trust YouTube anymore because I filter so much stuff, and they don't seem to care. So this is the exploration of the haunted property of the Gore Orphanage. This again here is in Vermilion, Ohio, right down the road from me. And believe it or not, guys, I could probably cover a year's worth of Paranormal Fridays for things that have gone on or happened in Ohio. There's a lot of stuff here. There really is. So, and there's a lot of stuff in different states that every state has its own story. So anyway, this is the next part of this. Again, I hope you guys get to enjoy the story. Again, this is a lot like, we've heard multiple stories when we covered the, I can't remember anything tonight. The asylum that we covered last week, or not the asylum, but not last week either. Oh my God, you guys, you know what I'm talking about, Mom? That place we covered not too long ago. hospital for
Asylum.
it's like an asylum, but it was that hospital for we went over that whole story with that hospital. It's kind of like that. The story, the background story is kind of like that. So well, fine then, Siggy and Mike. I'm just kidding. Have a great night. Penhurst, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much. It's got the same kind of a background story as that. Again, most of these stories do. So have a wonderful night, Siggy and Mike. Thank you so much for joining in with us tonight. You are appreciated, and I hope to see you tomorrow on the morning show, maybe. So thank you for joining us. Sleep tight. It's been a long couple weeks, Doodle. You were right there with me, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Sorry. I don't mean to put you guys to sleep. Let me see if I can wake you guys up somehow.
Uh-oh. What's he gonna do? I love it. I love it. I love it. I was not expecting that. Got her. A monster mash is playing in Kelkel's head. You're muted.
No way, Kaylee. Not yet. Not quite yet. We got to get through this.
That's awesome. Hey, Mike. I needed that. I love Halloween. It's like my favorite holiday.
It is mine. Why do
Hi,
you think I have so
Kaylee.
many? Why do you think I have so many damn props?
I love Halloween. And like my daughter in law, my youngest son, Tater's fiance, well, soon to be daughter in law, her favorite holiday is Halloween.
Mine
And
too.
I asked him, I said, what should I get her for Christmas? And he said, Mom, Halloween is her favorite holiday. So we did a whole Halloween themed, all of her gifts except one is all
That's
Halloween
awesome.
themed stuff.
That's absolutely awesome. I would love that. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. So, all right. And tomorrow, like I said, if you're awake, it would be wonderful. Did you hear about the new, before we get started, the new the new motion that LA District Attorney put through for the Menendez brothers?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. So they're
I'm
eligible
not
for
sure how
parole.
I feel about that.
Well, I stated my feelings on it yesterday. I feel that yes, they've served time and they have done some good, but I don't think they should be able to just get straight out of prison. I think they should have to go into like a halfway situation or some extreme counseling. If what happened is true, I think there should be a little bit more to it than just free and clear. I have issues with what most everybody does is not so much what they did. They are horrific murders. They killed both their parents, but how they acted after the fact is what I had issue with. Arctic said the same thing.
Oh
So
yeah. Yeah,
that's
that's I remember that very vividly. You know what I mean? It was
no,
all over the
absolutely.
news. You couldn't turn your TV on for the weather without hearing about the Menendez brothers.
It was It was
And
OJ 2.0. Yes.
it just and
Mhm.
I was trying to talk to the old man about it, but I'm older than him, tell my age. And when I asked him, he was like, "Who?" I was like, "Oh my god, what the hell?
Well, that
Who?
tells
What do you mean who?"
it says a lot. They've been in if that says right there, Mom. They've been in prison for 30 years. That says a lot right there because I remember they were 19, 20 years old when they went in, and I was young when they went in. So I'm just saying that'll tell you right there all about that whole case. 30 years ago, I was a baby myself. So you still here?
Yeah, that was like I was on mute. That was like one of the cases that like we grew up with.
Oh yeah, that
You
John
know,
Benet Ramsey
John Bonet. Yep.
and
Now
OJ.
that happened the year my oldest son was born,
Mm-hmm.
and those are two cases that like set with you. You know what I mean? And still to this day, as much as I despise, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody that likes him, but Dr. Phil, I had to watch that interview.
I hate him. I don't hate him. I don't use that word, but I really dislike him very badly. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm the same way. Like as much as I despise that man, I had to watch that interview that he did.
Yeah,
Just
I
because
know.
I needed to.
It was bad. It was bad. They've been in for 30 years, Phil. So, and it was supposed to be, I think it was 50 to life, or no, it was life without parole or something like that. But now they're up for resentencing, and the DA said that takes them. By the way, he sounded like Kermit the Frog. That was hilarious. That takes them into automatic. They're automatically eligible for parole, and I was like, wow. I guess all you got to do now is have Kim Kardashian come visit you, and you're free and clear.
Yep. I said it's not what you do anymore. It's who you know. And I know that sounds really bad.
It's true,
but it's the truth. I mean, it's not
Gypsy
who you
Rose.
are; it's who you know. Exactly, Gypsy. There's another one, and I mean the list goes on and on and on. But I could not.
Who was the first one that Kim visited to get out of prison?
Oh hell, I don't know.
There was one other case that she went in and talked to them to try to get something handled for their sentence. I can't remember who it was at this point, but yeah, no. Hey, she needs to stay the hell out of this stuff. It ain't got nothing to do with her. She don't even know what she's doing. Yeah, or who you bought, or who bought you. Good point there, guys.
Right.
So,
yep.
Just saying.
Great point.
Let's
Your
get
new
through
PR
this.
rep.
Yeah, 100%. Yes, agreed. Let's get through this here, and then we can just have general conversation, guys. If you want to talk about whatever, I don't care. Like I said, whatever we can do to decompress. Plus, I need to talk to you anyway, Mom. I need to see about what I need to do to upload this stuff to get it right, so that we can play this ward game and some other stuff with the Nightbot stuff. So we need to talk about that. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, man. The three brothers that they said killed that woman. Yeah. TW. Shit. No, not the Memphis Three. What? No, was it? No, it was something else that.
It wasn't the Memphis case.
No, it wasn't. It was something other. It was another case. I'll figure it out when I don't need to. Menendez brothers. 89. Junko Peruto for me most horrifying. Oh yeah. No worries, TW. Don't worry about it. We'll catch up with it. All right, guys, let's get through this here. Again, this is the property that the Gore Orphanage was on. There's been a lot of paranormal, supernatural, situational stuff that has happened on this property. There's a lot of sounds that people have heard and recorded. Iran Contra. What the hell, Walt? I swear to God, this man is on acid. I swear he is. The stuff that he comes up with just blows my mind sometimes. It kills. I love him to death, but it kills me. You guys are nuts. All right, here we go. Thank you, Doodle. I forgot that. Yes, guys. Next month, we're going to be giving away one of the True Crime Cafe shirts, and possibly some cash too. So stay tuned. Bring more peeps in here, and let's see who wins for that. So yes, that's going to be happening. We decided on that. Well, we spoke about that the other day, and I think it'd be a really good idea. It's time to start changing some things up in here. And that is the best way to start giving back to this amazing community, in my opinion. So stay tuned, folks. Thank you for reminding me, Doodle, because I completely forgot about that. See, you have a way better mind than I do. That's why I'm your co-host, Doodle. Say it every day. All right, here we go.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Oddity Acres. We are out here in Vermilion, Ohio, to investigate a very notorious legend. If you grew up in Northeast Ohio, undoubtedly you've heard of Gore Orphanage. And we are in the area. We have just passed the Gore Orphanage Bridge. And I'm here with Becca and Jeff.
And just so everybody knows, the Gore Orphanage Bridge also has been called Crybaby Bridge as well. It's one of many crybaby bridges in the United States, but it has been stated. I guess there have been some recordings done it back in the day of people recording sitting on Crybaby Bridge and hearing sounds of what sounds like 100 babies crying or 100 children crying. And I'm sorry guys. In different ways, and it's very creepy. I heard a recording of it once before that was put out on a show. Pretty wild stuff, folks, and it's right near where the orphanage stood. So something else to keep in the back of your mind. I think every town has a version of Crybaby Bridge or something like that. Hatchet's Hollow, we have that here too, which I'll show you that story one day. Every city or town has a version of one of these things. We have a place here called Zombieland. We have Hatchet's Hollow. We have Crybaby Bridge. We have two of those, actually. We have Suicide Creek. We have the Nelson's Ledges. There is a legend of a child killer that lived within the ledges way back, way back, that haunts the quarry there. There's so many stories here, guys. We have a haunted opera house that was converted into a church, which is very strange. Yeah, you don't want to come to Ohio. Other than the fact that it's so boring here, we have everything's haunted too. So remember that. But here we go.
Jesse, my brother, is already way the hell out in the woods. So we're going to see maybe he can find it for us and we can just go hang out with him. But anyways, I'm going to give you the story. We're going to tell you a little bit about the history, and we're going to go from there. So stay tuned. Hello up there.
Thank you, Doodlebug. Appreciate you, dear.
There's no building left of this. There's no building left. We're thinking maybe it's on the other side of this bridge. We think we came in from the other side.
All right.
We'll see you when you get down here. Anything you see up there?
Nah, it's just a waterfall.
Oh, there's a waterfall?
Really? Is it pretty?
Yeah, I took a few pictures.
Gore Orphanage, the events that took place in these locations here, at this specific location, only exist in nightmares. The story goes that Old Man Gore burnt down the orphanage, killing all the children inside. Onlookers and passerbys heard the children's screams and they were unable to help. Stories of abuse and horrible things that took place in this orphanage that led to this tragedy have riddled local legend and lore throughout 120 years now. This has been a place that teenagers have come to test their bravery. And as I said, this is a crazy place that shows up on every Ohio local legend lore. So basically what we're looking for, and what Jesse was looking for up on top of this mountain behind me, is remnants of the foundation and different pieces to where the orphanage was. There's actually a mansion on site as well. There is still pieces of that foundation. So, and I know it's not right off of the beaten path here, so we have to kind of explore a little bit, but that's kind of what we're looking for. So we're bringing you along on the adventure with us.
That river is the river I have told you guys about before that runs all through Ohio and then eventually will connect with the Mississippi and the Ohio. And I think somewhere it dumps off into Lake Erie too, but that is the Mahoning River itself. And it goes all through Ohio, folks. It's crazy. It's right down back yonder, through my backyard, down the hill, into the gully. That river runs behind my house as well. Pretty cool stuff, folks, to see it everywhere you look in Ohio.
So this is one of the biggest parts of Gore Orphanage. This is what a lot of people come to see. This will see a lot of pictures of. This is the hitching post. When you would see two big statues, or two big posts along, the outside of houses. Back in the old times, they would hitch their horses up to here. And so this is basically the entrance to where the mansion stood and where all the foundation is, kind of in the back here. So lots of stories over the years of you can hear children scream still in the woods. They say that if you leave your car either on that bridge back there or over here and you explore the woods and you come back, you'll find small handprints of children on your car. There's been a lot of, as I said, a lot of stories and local legend and lore that kind of play into this whole place. And that's kind of what makes it spooky. And that's what makes, all these people come out and explore this area. And that's what keeps the local legend alive. And, maybe all the stories and legend weren't true, but from how it's played out from, the original orphanage to the original story to actually what happened, maybe there wasn't a million children's spirits out here, but people certainly do come out here to do seances and other strange things. So maybe, even if there wasn't something originally out here, who knows what was brought out here. So the orphanage that was originally here was an orphanage called Light of Hope Orphanage. And it was owned by Reverend Johann Sprunger. And basically, there were a lot of stories of neglect and, abuse. Things like there were, rats in these kids' beds and they were not being fed correctly. And there was a lot of kids that tried to escape. So those are kind of where those stories come from. So here is part of the foundation still, and look how there's foundation still in this pond. You can tell those are man-made rocks and bricks. They even go back here still farther. Wow. Oh, there's more back there. Look, I'll have to go check that out. These are all part of the foundation. Wow. Isn't it crazy to see what nature does over time to buildings and, man-made structures? It's absolutely incredible.
for those of you that don't know, that may have either just come in or didn't catch it, this property is 500 acres total. Okay. And it had this house that had the foundation he's showing you, and multiple smaller farming like homes on this property, which was the orphanage. There was 2 specific farms though. The boys were on one farm, the girls were on another farm. Of course, they had to work the farm, and there was a lot of abuse, different variations of it. I'm not going to get into that because we're decompressing. We're not talking about what we usually talk about. But lots of it in different ways. But the entire property, there's rumors of like sounds heard at night, of screams and cries. There have been visualizations of what, people have claimed to see full body apparitions and mist apparitions and stuff like that. So there's a lot to this. And there's I've been there once. I've been to the property one time at night when I was like 18 years old, doing the stupid things we do. It's a very heavy, like a very heavy feeling when you walk onto the property, when you get to this area at nighttime, especially. Swear to God, I don't care what time at night you go, there's always fog. And I do truly believe it's because of the river's right there. But, and it's such a dense wooded area. But there's just a very heavy, sad feeling around this property that I encountered with the group of people I went there with years ago. So shut up, Phil. But it's very like creepy, weird, and then knowing the story behind it, as was stated before, the fire wasn't, from what is known, okay, it was denied that the fire happened at the orphanage. The fire supposedly happened right up the road in Collingwood, which is now been annexed as part of Cleveland. But Collingwood is where the school that is 100% been proven that the Collingwood school burnt to the ground and 176 children died and 4 adults within that school that day. Nobody escaped it. The doors were locked for some reason from the inside. Very, very, very weird. Okay. And because it was so close to this area, they attributed that story to this. You know how word of mouth goes and how stories change as they roll downhill. So, but the property here, just like Penhurst, had a lot of sadness, a lot of negative energy that was applied on this property. Therefore, that's where all the negativity comes from when you reach this property. So, a lot of people that have gone to the property and spent time there. There's been groups of people that have camped on the property that ended up getting into disagreements and blame it on the negative energy and just things like that, so it's quite interesting. No, it's not Pebbles at all, but that was the story that's not this story, but that's what everybody attributed this story to, is that actual physical story. So just saying.
This is what I mean about people coming back here and doing seances and putting upside down crosses and things. I mean, people take a place like this that had the local legend and now they're creating it. And they're putting energy here that should not be here. So just behind me right here is the Vermilion River. And there was, obviously, as I said, stories of neglect and abuse in the Light of Hope orphanage.
Very true, Matahari. Very true. The Dozier story is that's another wicked one, to be honest with you.
Stories about kids trying to escape and swim through the river to try to get out of there. There was even rumors of kids being fed a diet of, organs of calves and things like that, and cows, raw meat and things, rats that were infesting the orphanage, getting into kids' beds while they were sleeping. The kids are getting bit. Disease being only treated by prayer and not by doctors. There's a lot of stuff that plays into this. And that's why there was an investigation launched. So the investigation was launched in 1909, and unfortunately at the time, Ohio law didn't have any restrictions or guidance or anything that kind of pertained to the rights of orphans and the rights of how these orphanages are supposed to work. And the way fate would have it, Sprunger died about 2 years after the investigation was launched. We got Jesse throwing shit in the woods, trying to scare me, laughing over there like I don't fucking know what he's doing. You got me, man. I thought it was an orphan for a second. So, as I said, we kind of dove into kind of what happened, what the original story was, and what the actual story was. After Sprunger died, the doors of the orphanage were open for a little bit longer, until about 1916, I believe, when they were closed down for financial troubles. And at that point, everything here, the orphanage, the Swift Mansion, all of that stuff that we see in the old pictures, they were kind of just left to waste, and they rotted out here in the woods. And that's kind of what you have, what's here today. Now, if you talk to different people that have investigated this area, different ghost hunters, things like that, they say that this area that we're standing in right now, where the mansion once stood, is the epicenter for paranormal activity as far as the Gore Orphanage legend goes. There was actually an episode in season 5 of Supernatural. I know there's a lot of Supernatural fans out there. This is not the first time I brought this up in my vlog. Lilydale was the first time I brought it up in my vlog. But they did an episode about Gore Orphanage and the things that had happened here. And they have this big scene that kind of was supposed to take place in this area. So that was kind of a cool little tidbit in pop culture history right now. Fucking flies everywhere. It's like goddamn Amityville Horror. They're all over me. They're everywhere. Isn't that crazy? It's an omen. Again, we are talking about how, this place has local legend and lore, and people come out here to do things like summoning and seances and spiritual satanic worship and things like that, because they feel like this is an epicenter for paranormal and spiritual things. So, that's kind of where I think it had, even if there were no ghosts of orphans and all these things that have been said, you never know what's been brought in. And I think like that, I go to a lot of locations with this vlog, and it's crazy that, how many places I show up to and find things like this. Jesse just found these pillars. They're going straight along in a straight line. There's rebar in them. Check these out. What did you find? What the hell? why would this even be here? Like, why would somebody tape a fake candle on a tree? So there's all these rocks that run right along here, and they actually run the entirety of this whole pond area that looks like it was some sort of framed in area. And you said something that was really smart. What did you say?
It's probably the basement.
The basement, yeah. This could be part of the basement. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so there's more of those pillars with rebar in them. So they run along the line of the property, it looks like.
Hold on, guys. Sorry. Where he must have not published the other part of it. So, 1 second. Apologies. Okay. And then this is the other historical side to this.
1800s, tucked away in a hollow near Ohio's Vermilion River, stood an orphanage of sorts who lived alone in the woods and despised the children. They were much too loud for his liking, and, after complaining several times about the noise, decided to take matters into his own hands, lighting the fire that would forever silence the children. It could be that cholera played a role in the tragedy. That epidemic struck terror in the hearts of residents in the 1800s. It may be that some of the children contracted the disease, and fearing so much for their own lives, residents of the community could have lit the orphanage in a vain attempt to halt the spread. Murder for self-preservation. Whoever caused the fire would never be determined. Authorities could never prove a case, so they were left with burying what remains they could find and leaving behind nothing but foundation ruins and the specters of those who were mistreated in life and death. Old Man Gore walked away from the burned ruins and disappeared into antiquity, but the children continued to make their presence known. Visitors to this site often hear the screams of children, desperately trying to escape their fiery graves, as if the tragedy is replaying itself through some torn veil between the living and the dead. And others say they have witnessed apparitions of children engulfed in flames, running through these woods, only to trip and fall, vanishing as they hit the earth. And perhaps the most chilling experience visitors report is that when they return to their parked cars, after exploring the ruins, small handprints can be seen on their vehicles, as if the orphans have been admiring what have been unknown to them back in the 1800s. With such a tragic event, you would think that the Park Service, who now owns this land, would at least erect a monument or a marker to honor the lives that were lost in the site. Well, I'm sure they would, except the ghostly tale of Gore Orphanage didn't happen here, and in fact, didn't happen at all. Time for some history. Let's start with Gore Orphanage itself. There never was a Gore Orphanage. Now, I know what you're thinking, but John, you literally showed us a road sign earlier in the video that said Gore Orphanage Road. Yeah, we did. We are, in fact, on Gore Orphanage Road, but the road is not named after a building, per se. It's named after an old land surveying term called a gore. Simply put, a gore is a wedge-shaped piece of land created by conflicting surveys claiming the same land. Orphanage Road was originally named Baldwin Road, and it ran through this gore. and locals started calling it Orphanage Road because there was indeed an orphanage on the road. It was called the Orphanage of Light and Hope. And at this point, I think you might find that history can indeed be as strange as legend. So Light of Hope was established in 1902 by a religious zealot named Reverend Johann Sprunger. Johann and his wife Katerina moved to this area after their former orphanage in Boon, Indiana was, oddly enough, destroyed by fire. 3 orphan girls reportedly died in that fire, and 2 of Sprunger's former Indiana businesses had also ended by fire. Katerina was the daughter of Christian Sprunger. Though no explanation has ever been given regarding Katerina's surname being the same as her husband's, a diary of a worker at the former orphanage in Boon states that it was run by brother and sister Sprunger. Now, whether brother and sister is a religious title or a genealogical reference is unclear. Now, before moving to Ohio, the couple already lost 2 children. Their daughter, Hilaganda, died at the age of 7, and their son, Edmund, died at birth. The deaths appeared to spark an obsession for religious pursuits in the couple. The new orphanage consisted of 4 farm buildings and covered over 500 acres. An abandoned mansion once owned by Joseph Swift was also on the property, but Reverend Sprunger didn't utilize the mansion for the new orphanage. Instead, he attempted to build a new, self-sustaining religious community on the property. A community that would hold up to 120 children at a time. Boys lived at a farm called the Hughes Farm, and girls at the Howard Farm. It's clear that the orphans were severely mistreated by the Sprungers and other workers at the farm. Children who escaped the orphanage told horrific stories of abuse, neglect, and slave labor. Orphans were said to eat a diet of calf lungs, hogs' heads, and sick cattle when they were fed at all. Corn was boiled in the same pot used to boil soiled underwear, and although there were cows on the farm, children were said to often only be given butter once a week, and occasionally pepper or sugar. The children's rooms were infested with rats and vermin, and on occasion, rats crawled into the beds and bit children while they slept. There was said to be only 1 bathtub for the boys, which they were allowed to use once every 2 weeks, and had to use the same water. Orphans told stories of Sprunger and the farmhands beating them with a strap until large welts appeared on their bodies. Sprunger would also rent out the orphans to neighboring farmers, a type of slave labor, if you will. Illness and disease were mostly treated by only prayers, and witnesses stated the children lacked any type of regular schooling. In 1909, an investigation was conducted, but because the state of Ohio had no laws or regulations pertaining to the operation of orphanages, nothing formally could be done about the conditions, even though the Sprungers admitted to most of the allegations against them. Mr. Sprunger died in 1910, and the doors of the orphanage permanently closed in July of 1916, after years of financial troubles. Pelham Hooker Blossom of Cleveland bought the orphanage property, leased it to farmers for a period, and then finally sold the land. Part of the orphanage buildings were burned, and the rest were torn down. The children of the Light of Hope orphanage were dispersed throughout the community or returned to their relatives or guardians, and the nightmare of Gore Orphanage was over. So let's talk a bit about the abandoned mansion. The once magnificent Greek Revival house was built in the 19th century by Joseph Swift, a successful farmer. This foundation you see here today are all that remains of the Swift mansion, not the orphanage. In 1831, Swift's 5-year-old daughter, Tryphenia, died. And in 1841, Swift's 24-year-old son, Herman, also died. Soon after, Swift's fortunes dried up due to poor investments in the railroad, and he sold the mansion to Nicholas Wilbur, a renowned spiritualist. Now, Wilbur's children were rumored to be psychic and could communicate with the ghosts of dead children. Mysterious rituals and seances were said to be held regularly in the secluded mansion, and the ghosts of children were said to appear frequently at the seances. Early legend held that Mr. Wilbur helped the Sprungers build the Light of Hope Orphanage after losing his own grandchildren. Mrs. Wilbur was said to have gone insane over the tragedy. Stories were told that she'd set the table 3 times a day and passed food to the grandkids as if they were sitting there. And at night, she would light a lamp and say, "Time for bed, children. Come on." And then she'd put the kids to bed. After the demise of the orphanage, Swift Mansion became a mecca for late-night vandals, and it's presumed that one of them was responsible for burning the house down in late 1923. And today, all that remains are sandstone blocks from its foundation. They stand in the forest like guide stones for all those daring enough to seek an experience of the legend of Gore Orphanage. And though there's no evidence that any deaths occurred at Gore Orphanage, the chilling memory of torture, abuse, and occult activity are haunting in their own right. Paranormal investigators say ghosts of Gore Orphanage Road may be esoteric imprints, a kind of snapshot in time. Whatever the true story of Gore Orphanage is, there's little doubt that it has well earned the reputation as one of the most haunted areas in Ohio. Thanks for watching today, folks, and we'll see you next time as we explore more curious history. Take care.
Did you fall asleep up there?
No, I'm sorry. I was looking for something else, but I can't find any more on it. Oh, sorry. I should have said something. That's gonna do it. There was something else that was up here that was in here last couple months back when I looked at it, and I can't seem to find it anymore. So that is it for the Gore story, folks. I'm sorry. I thought there was more to it, so my apologies. But that's it. It's a creepy story. The property's creepy, and the farms supposedly have a lot of paranormal feelings, I guess you could say. So I don't know, but I've been to the property once, like I said, and there is a heavy, weird, sad feeling, I guess you could say, from the property. So, but yeah, that's all that there was. I was sorry again, guys. I was digging in here trying to find something else, but it's no longer here. I don't know what happened to it. We got a lot of stuff out here though. That there's a lot, like I said. There is another thing in here I could show, but I'd probably get hit for it. But hold on.
Send me a fresh link, please. It's glitching out real bad.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be right back. I don't know what the hell's wrong with my computer. It's going to force me to use the other one. All right, I'll be right back.
So I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with Omar Gosh. He came out here, and he went out to the bridge and had a whole experience and all that. So if you're interested in this, you can go look it up. I know I can't run it on here because I'll probably get hit by it. So go check it out though if you want to. If you watch Omar, he'll give you some insight into it. So, but sadly, that's going to be about it as far as that goes. Let me see something. There was something else I was just looking at too when I was looking for that. Let me see something here. Hold on a minute. I'll give you guys another quick story since we're in Ohio already. Peninsula has a story about Peninsula, Ohio is also called Helltown. And there is Satan's Harvest, Maurice Thoreau, Warren M.A. Exorcism. Interesting. There was supposedly here in Helltown, there was a story about a witch, and I did find that story when I was looking through the other one. Same guy that just told the story about the Collinwood fire and all that stuff. And I have that story too. So I figured since we got just a little more time, I don't want you guys to be, you got robbed. So I'm going to show you this story too. I gave Mom the link. I don't know what happened to her. There she is. Speak of the devil. Thought you was going to bed for a minute, Mom.
Okay, that's better. I restarted the damn thing. I don't know what the hell it was doing. It was like going.
Well, yeah, that's a fresh one. Should be good.
I was restarting the whole thing because I hadn't been on it. I don't know what the hell was running in the background.
Right.
Nuts.
Well, I figured since those were
That was
short.
interesting.
Well, there's a lot of these little stories around the state here that are like this. This next one here is out of Peninsula, Ohio, and it's a town they call it Helltown. And there was a story kind of like about a witch out through here, and I thought you guys might enjoy this story too. I got a few of these out here in Ohio that were stories that were pulled out of these small town areas that were really wild stories. So I figured since we're getting the short end of the stick with some of these, I'll layer a few of these on and give you guys some other stuff that goes on around this area here. So here you go. Same guy too. He does a lot of this horror history, I guess you could say, or mystery history, whatever you want to call it. So here you go.
Deep in the Cuyahoga. Today we are in the historic village of Peninsula, Ohio, deep in the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. Peninsula is a charming little canal town that's become quite trendy, but the scenery and shopping isn't the only thing that brings visitors to this area. Legend has it that there is a grave here of a witch who was captured and drowned in the Cuyahoga River. Before she died, she vowed revenge, saying that lightning would strike her grave and set her free. Today we visit the legend of the Witch of Helltown, a legend that's steeped in history more than you would think. So if you're curious, let's take a walk through history. Legend has it that an old woman lived near this lock in the village of Peninsula. She spent most of her days walking through the forest, collecting wild mushrooms and herbs, and she was rarely seen in the daytime. But when she was seen, she was mostly wearing all black and a large, floppy straw hat. The townspeople would often visit the old woman, seeking their fortunes, or for potions to cure the sick, or for love spells. One of those townspeople was a large man named Big Sam. Big Sam was a farmer, and he was a greedy man. He was a man who had land, but he wanted more land. He wanted all of the land. And so, in order to get more land, he came up with a plan. He decided that he was going to befriend the old woman because the old woman was meeting with the townspeople and getting the scoop on everybody just because of her friendships. He decided if he could befriend her and start getting information on the townspeople, then he could blackmail the townspeople out of their riches and their property. Well, it worked for a while. And then the old woman got wise to what was happening. So in order to keep his status in the community, Big Sam decided to tell the old woman that she had to keep doing what she was doing or he would take her home and her land. It came to a point where the old woman had had enough. She went to Big Sam and she said, listen, I'm not going to be part of you stealing from these kind townspeople anymore. I won't help you any longer. Well, that didn't set well with Big Sam. So Big Sam told her that she would regret this decision, and he went home. The next day, Big Sam showed up at her house, dragged her to the center of town, stripped her of her clothes and her hat, and saw that she bore scars all over her body. The townspeople stood in awe. They were too afraid to help for fear of what Big Sam might do. Sam turned to the townspeople and said, she bears the marks of a witch who was burned. Clearly, burning did not take her life, but maybe water could do what fire could not. Big Sam tied the old woman to the back of his buggy and forced her to walk barefoot down to the lock. Every so often, he would look behind to see her walking pridefully, just staring at the back of his head with an evil grin. When they finally reached the river, Big Sam tied rocks to her feet and was preparing to lower her into the water when he asked her if she had any final words. She looked at him and her eyes were glazed over, almost milky, like silver spoons. She said that she regretted nothing and that he had better bury her quickly and bury her hard, because only a lightning strike would free her from her grave. Big Sam, full of anger, kicked her into the water with his big black boot and watched her drown. When she was pronounced dead, she was placed here in the local cemetery under this headstone, which was the tallest in the cemetery at the time. Big Sam had her placed here as a constant reminder that he was the man in charge. And if you cross him, you'll dig your own grave. One night there was a nasty storm, and the caretaker saw a lightning bolt strike this headstone and put a crack in it all the way down to the earth. That same night, Big Sam awoke from a terrifying nightmare in which the witch had come back and dragged him down to the lock. Restless, Big Sam put on his robe and his boots, headed out to the barn where he kept his prized goat, and sat down and lit his pipe. Sam began to tell the goat about his lousy dream, and as he did so, the goat stopped eating and turned his head and gazed up at Big Sam. And when their eyes met, Big Sam saw the milky eyes of the witch staring back at him. Big Sam clutched his chest and fell to the ground, dead. It is said that the witch's spirit still haunts the cemetery, but that when her apparition appears, It is that of a white goat. So why do we call the old woman the Witch of Helltown? Helltown is a nickname for Boston Township. Boston Township is made up of several villages in Ohio, one of which is Peninsula. And it's here, back in 1974, that several homeowners and landowners had eminent domain filed against their property by the United States government. See, back in the late 60s and early 70s, there was fear that the country was expanding too quickly.
I think I told you guys the story about Helltown about 6 months ago, because it was kind of a crime how it all went down. And I covered it one day or one night in a show, the story of Helltown and what they did to the people of that town. The government did. They sold all the land out, stole the land, bought the land and stole it from the people, and then sold it back. They were going to make some kind of a thing. He's probably going to explain it, and then build something with it, and then they didn't need it, and then the people already had been forced out of their property. It was a horrible story, but anyway, that's why it's called Helltown.
And we were losing our national parks and the nature of our country. So President Ford signed an act that gave rights to the government to claim eminent domain and to build a national park system that would preserve that nature. It just so happens that this beautiful area in the Cuyahoga Valley was targeted for one of those national recreation areas. President Ford decided that William Birdsall should become the first superintendent of the Cuyahoga Valley National Recreation Area, later to become known as Cuyahoga Valley National Park. And he should spearhead the movement to determine where the National Recreation Area should lie and what parts of Boston Township should be claimed under eminent domain. You got to figure that there are a lot of people who are not happy with this decision. When the government claimed eminent domain, many of the people took the modest price that they were offered for their house or for their property and left. But there were several who didn't. They decided that they weren't going to be displaced from their own homes, and soon the government had to send in the military to forcefully remove these people. Once they were removed from their homes were set on fire and bulldozed to the ground. But production on the National Recreation Area stalled. The Kretschke dump, which is located on the outskirts of the recreation area, was found to be contaminated by improperly disposed toxic waste. The park rangers who went to the dump to survey the area fell ill and had rashes come over their entire bodies. Then it was determined the way that the government purchased the homes and the land was illegal. So the government was forced to sell the land back to the previous homeowners. The problem is their houses, for the most part, had been destroyed. There was nothing left to go back to. And so many didn't come back. President Ford reassigned Birdsall to a new location, but he never left the valley. Birdsall died of a heart attack while cleaning out his office. The devastation laid upon the area gave rise to the nickname Helltown, a location filled with urban legends. The list of urban legends rising from Helltown is long indeed. The Satanic Church with upside-down crosses, the Peninsula Python, the haunted abandoned bus, the Crybaby Bridge, All of these are part of the legend of Helltown. It could be that the Witch of Helltown is a story that was passed down through generations as a reminder of when the government came in and forcefully removed people from the area. Big Sam, in a large sense, represents the federal government, Uncle Sam, if you will, hungry for all of the land and powerful enough to take it, no matter the cost. Big Sam also represents William Birdsall, the government official who headed the project. Both of them died of a heart attack. The witch represents those who stood up to the government, and though eventually lost everything, their lives, ended up putting a stop to the land grab. Those who don't believe the legend think that this monument marks the final resting place of Robert McGovern, who was a solitary man who worked in a local quarry, who died in a mental institution, and carved this monument himself. They believe that vandals chipped away at this monument, stealing the cross that stood on top of this once 8-foot tall marker, and that witches and lightning strikes play no part in this sacred site. That may be true, but the occurrences that happened in this area in the 1970s, for those who lived through it, were a nightmare, far more unbelievable than any witch's tale, until lightning struck them and turned their quiet village into a hell town. Thanks for watching, folks. If you would, please like.
So,
Oh no.
huh?
Oh wow. Urban legends.
We got a few, quite a few. I was going to that one next. A lot of the stuff that we have here in Ohio is really interesting. So, since we couldn't get what I wanted out of the other thing, I figured I'd show you guys a few of these short ones combined about the whole area around here in Ohio and all the haunted stories that we have. I see it must not be too interesting because, like, they're having like, I don't even know what the hell they're talking about over here. I was trying to figure it out a few minutes ago, and I can't catch up to the story of what they're talking about over here. It was something about, where'd it go? I mean, Walt's talking about his ex-wife, or no, Captain Jenks is talking about his ex-wife, and Walt's talking about his CPAP machine, and Phil's talking about Boston. And I can't figure out where to fit into the conversation. Oh yeah, Cal, it's definitely in our back. This whole like part of like Northeast and Southeast Ohio, there's a lot of haunting stories all through Ohio. It's really wild how many there are. When I got into the ghost hunting thing, I started looking around at different things and found a map of haunted Ohio and stuff, and it's huge. Like most of the state, it's crazy. Oh, I know you are, Leslie. I'm just teasing you guys over here for their conversations and stuff. But it is a few. I can't think for shit tonight. Sorry, guys. A whole bunch of little stories that are really kind of cool. What the hell? Oh, I don't care. You guys are fine. You could talk about donuts. If it's boring, it's boring. I understand completely. This didn't work out how I wanted it to tonight. Because of that other link that I had that just disappeared conveniently, as has happened to me before. I don't expect anybody to get bored and stick around for anything. I know I wouldn't. So, the Elm Street, Kilmer, Justin Crenshaw, please. Sure, Leslie. Just remind me, that's all. And I'll go dig it up. So let's look at the Phantom Train at the River Styx. This is another kind of cool one too. The history of the reasons why these stories pop out is really kind of cool. And it's still creepy, so that's all that matters. This one is based out of Wayne County. I'm sure you can see it there. I don't know how many Ohioans are in here. If you know where where in Ohio it might be.
Today we are in Rittman, Ohio at the old B&O Railroad trestle that crosses the River Styx just east of the town. Ghost tales began to circulate back in 1899 when Dr. William Faber, who was the local coroner and former mayor of Orrville, Ohio, had an experience that he couldn't explain. Faber was riding home in his buggy with a friend around 11 p.m. when he heard the shrieking sound of a train, and he looked down the tracks and saw a fiery, sparking behemoth thundering down these tracks. What occurred next gave rise to Rittman's most famous tale of the supernatural, a tale of heroism and of tragedy.
Yeah, Kelly, it is. It's near Worcester. Molly sent me another one too that I think is what's living in my backyard, out of the town that I used to work for the fire department of in Howland. So yeah, I can show you that one too if you guys want to see it. So thank you, Molly.
Ghostly tale barrels down these tracks towards oblivion behind a headlight and billowing smoke. It jumps the rails and vanishes down into this ravine into the mist. But before it was a ghost story, it was a true tale of a brave man. Erie Railroad engineer Alexander Wallace Logan had worked on railroads since he was 19. Born in Scotland, Logan worked his way up from track construction to locomotive engineer, a post he held for 31 years. Logan had never had an accident in 3 decades. He was one of Erie's most experienced engineers and rode thousands of miles per year on the tracks. Logan did, however, feel his days were numbered and began telling coworkers that he knew he would meet his death on his engine. His premonition proved correct one fateful day in 1899. Around 7 a.m. on March 22nd, Logan was driving the Erie Limited No. 5 train west towards Chicago with 79 passengers. The coal-fed locomotive pulled a day car, a dining car, 2 passenger cars, and a sleeping car. The train was hurtling down these tracks at 60 miles an hour towards Rittman when something went horribly wrong. A drive rod snapped, and the locomotive began to veer out of control. Logan, the engineer, seeing what was happening, put on the air brakes and started to reverse the engines. But it wasn't enough. By the time they got to this bridge, he was completely out of control, and the locomotive had begun to derail. Byron Ward, who was the train's fireman, had just finished loading coal and was standing in the gangway behind the engine when he felt it start to go sideways. He kept his eyes on Logan with his hand on the emergency brake and thought he would jump as soon as Logan jumped. But Logan didn't jump. He kept his hand on the throttle with that determined grin, leaning out the side of the engine, trying to steer it to safety and save the lives of the passengers on board. The engine turned to the left, fell down the embankment, landing on its right side, pinning Logan between the boiler and the cab. Logan was killed instantly, but thanks to his efforts, all of the passenger cars remained upright. 6 people were hurt, but there were no other deaths. Ward praised Logan, saying, "With a man less cool than he, certainly more people would have died." At his home at 500 East Buchtel Avenue in Akron, the engineer was laid to rest here in the family plot at Glendale Cemetery.
This is 15 minutes, 20 minutes from me, roughly.
Or was he at rest? So what exactly did Dr. Faber witness on the night of October 1899? Well, his was the first recorded sighting of the phantom train. According to Dr. Faber, the train was enveloped in great clouds and dust and smoke, and huge flames of fire shot up in every direction. And immense volumes of steam made a terrific noise shot up from the engine, and the noise of creaking timbers and breaking iron bars was plainly heard. The coroner and his companion started immediately for the railroad, thinking that a frightful wreck had occurred. Imagine their surprise when
That's
they reached
wild,
the bridge
Cal.
and found everything perfectly quiet. No sign of a wrecked train, and not even a ripple upon the placid surface of the River Styx. The next April, Rittman residents J.B. Ewing, Amos Goldner, and a man named Fielding were walking along the tracks at night when they too heard a whistle and saw a locomotive. They said the train derailed at the Styx Bridge and crashed into the river with shrieking passengers. When they ran to help, there was no train. The place was quiet as death, and although the three men possessed an average amount of courage, they crept away from the haunted place with cries of the passengers in their ears. Have you heard or seen anything that would be related to a phantom train?
Not until recently. I didn't know about the legend, the urban legend, but it reminded me of one or two times, because I live right by the train tracks. They literally shake my house when they come by. I'm so close. There were a couple of times where the horn sounded very weird, not traditional. I don't know how else to really describe it, but like it didn't sound like it was the same note as other horns, and it seemed like it echoed more. Like it, in hindsight, it had a haunting tone to it, but I'm sure that's because of the connotation of the story involved now.
Is there a specific time of day in which you heard that haunting whistle?
I don't remember what exact time it was, but it was nighttime, probably after like 10 p.m.
Can you describe the sound of the horn that you heard?
It sounded like one of the 7 trumpets sounding for the end of the world.
Perhaps there is no phantom train, though. Maybe all these stories are just the fabrications of drunken men on their way home. And even if there is no phantom train, what would you make of the list of friends and relatives of Mr. Logan who also met their deaths on the rails? Engineer John Dyday, who succeeded Wallace on Erie number 5, was killed in Akron in a train wreck February 1st, 1900. Wallace's cousin James Logan, also an Erie engineer, died July 7th, 1900, when his freight train derailed in Martell, Ohio. Wallace's son Alexander was killed when he stepped in front of an Erie train January 11th, 1904, in Gallium. And cousin Roy Logan, an Erie engineer, died March 14th, 1907, in a freight wreck in Pennsylvania. So some of you may have heard about this phantom train happening at a very tall bridge in Medina County. That's Hollywood. This is the true location. This is the true documented location of the train wreck. But for some reason, because the bridge is much taller and much longer up in Medina County, it's matriculated up north to that area. For over a century, the legend of the phantom train has been told. And whether you're a skeptic or a believer, one thing is for certain. If you hear a whistle shriek on the old B&O rail line in Rittman, Ohio, you may not believe what you're about to see. Thanks for watching today, folks. If you'd be so kind to like and subscribe and leave a comment, I'd
So that's the phantom train out of Rittman. Also,
Train tracks are creepy as hell anyway.
yes, they very much are. This next story
It's fun.
is about And I'm telling you, I've told you guys before, there's some kind of a creature living in my backyard that looks like an owl. We made jokes about it and called it the Mothman. This is Howland, Ohio. This is where I worked in the fire service at for years and lived at for years too. Right next is a township next to where I grew up in Warren. So this story I've heard multiple times, but it's about some kind of a crazy mutated harpy, okay? And the story is creepy for shit. So now at this point, I'm just giving you all sorts of Ohio stories. So, and these are all areas that I'm very close to. That last one, I'm literally 25 minutes from, or 25 minutes. This one, I'm about, like I said, I worked here in Howland. I grew up next to Howland. It's like 5 minutes from where I lived. And it would take me about 10 to 12 minutes to get to this area. So I thought this story was interesting too.
Funny how stories shape our lives and narratives twist the mundane into the horrifying. I never thought I would become part of one of those narratives, but that's exactly what happened to my family during our time in Howland, Ohio. And I was 12 years old when I first heard of the Harpy. We moved to Howland in the autumn of 2012, lured by the stunning vistas and a generous offer on our dream home, a sprawling Victorian that had seen better days. It had charm, they said, a touch of the historic. I soon found out that charm sometimes comes with a cost. The first night in the new home was a chilly one. The wind howled through the trees and rattled our windows. My parents, oblivious to what lay ahead, unpacked boxes while I found solace in a dusty corner of the attic. It was my sanctuary, dimly lit with the fading light of the horizon. The beams creaked ominously above me, and I could almost hear whispers in the walls. One evening, as the sun melted into a deep crimson, I ventured into the vast expanse of the woods that surrounded our home. The trees formed a thick canopy overhead, and I remember feeling watched, the hairs on my arms prickling. As I walked deeper, I stumbled upon the remnants of old buildings, ghostly pillars smudged with moss. I felt drawn in, yet an innate fear held me back. Days turned into weeks. Strange things began to happen.
Are you asking if this thing is cute, Molly? Cute. I would like to see you walk up on this thing and say, hey, you're cute. Mm-mm.
It's the thing nightmares are made of. To hell
You're
with that.
insane. I'm telling you, this is what was living in my back in the wooded area behind my house. It looked like an owl, but it was so much bigger. And yeah, oh God, I wish I could get a picture of this thing. And I haven't seen it in a little while. But it's about the time of year when it starts to pop rear its ugly head again. And it's got the whoosh wingspan that I've been hearing. So I would love to catch this thing on video or on a picture and show you guys this thing. I'm telling you, it's monstrous.
Happen. My brother, Timmy, who was 8 at the time, would wake up screaming, claiming he saw something in the shadows of his room, a dark shape with wicked claws and wings. I brushed it off as nightmares, but when Timmy's screams filled the house multiple times a week, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread settle in my gut. Mom laughed it off too, trying to lighten the atmosphere, but Dad grew worried. He took to researching the history of Howland, late into the murky hours, often returning to bed with eyes as heavy as lead. Just some local stories, he would mutter, though I could sense the strain in his voice. But the stories aren't just stories. One night, driven by curiosity, I tiptoed down the staircase, following the sounds of my father's intense murmurs. He was poring over an old library book, the pages yellowed and frayed. The Harpy of Howland, it read. A creature born of malice, known to torment those who dare venture too deep into the woods. A chill ran over me. Had I wandered too far? According to the legends, the Harpy was born of sorrow, an entity that preyed on fear and chaos, known to steal away children and leave behind terror. As I read the passages under the dim light of the kitchen, the shadows seemed to dance around the room ominously. One evening, after another sleepless night filled with relentless wails, I awoke to an unnatural silence. My heart raced as I noticed Timmy's bed was empty. Panic surged through me as I searched the house. My parents had already begun to lose composure. Mom was crying, her eyes wild, while Dad called every neighbor, asking if they had seen him. Hours stretched into an eternity, and just as hope began to fade, we found Timmy. He was standing at the edge of the woods, staring at something I couldn't see. When we called to him, he didn't budge. He didn't seem to blink. I felt the air grow cold as I approached him slowly. "Timmy!" I shouted, grasping his arm. He turned to me, his eyes glassy and hollow. "Mary, it wants me," he whispered, his voice as thin as a spider's thread. "What?" I asked, a knot of fear tightening in my chest. "What wants you?" Suddenly, a chilling wind gusted through the trees, and the shadows began to twist. A silhouette emerged from the thick brush, a form with grotesque wings, and a face like an owl, but yet human-like.
I'm glad to hear that, yo, baby.
It
It's
soared
wonderful
toward
to
us,
have you
a
here.
wretched cry shrieking through the air. My father yelled, pulling Timmy away, while my mother fell to the ground, sobbing. That's when I felt it, a penetrating gaze, dark and hungry, fixated on me. I was frozen in place, trapped by an instinctual dread. The creature, the Harpy of Howland, was real. It flared its wings, casting a shadow over us, and then it vanished into the darkened trees. We fled the woods, bursting into the shelter of our home, locking every door and shuttering every window. The atmosphere was heavy with disbelief and fear, our safe haven transformed into a prison. Days blurred into nights, and whispers seemed to linger around us, suffocating in their certainty. It wasn't until a week later, with only the distant sound of rustling leaves breaking the silence, that Timmy vanished again. This time, it was early in the morning. When particles of dawn spilled into our windows, we realized he was gone. We searched, calling out his name, fear stealing our breaths. Then, miraculously, he returned just as suddenly, but he didn't come alone. The Harpy was behind him, watching us with malicious delight. Timmy walked toward the creature and turned, his eyes wide but expressionless as if he were entranced. In a moment of sheer panic, my dad lunged for him, pulling Timmy back. That was when the Harpy unleashed a terrible cry, an otherworldly shriek that pierced the very fabric of reality. It filled my ears with a sickening pressure, threatening to drown us in despair. We didn't understand until it was too late, but the Harpy had claimed Timmy. The child we knew had faded, leaving only a shell, and now it was our turn to face the reality of its darkness. The Harpy's curse twisted through our home, consuming everything it touched. Our once warm abode turned into a chilling mausoleum as despair seeped into every crack. Days melded into one another, each marked by an unshakable pall that hung over us. I often found myself staring into mirrors, searching for glimpses of my brother, just a flicker of that familiar smile, but met only reflections that spoke of loss. My parents, too, were shadows of their former selves, with gaunt faces and hollow eyes that barely acknowledged each other, as if they were ghosts wandering a life half-lived. I took to exploring the attic again, that dim sanctuary where I had first retreated from the horrors that had overtaken our lives. Dust-laden boxes held relics of a happier past, remnants of laughter and birthday candles that felt like echoes of another world. I couldn't shake the feeling that something other than sorrow dwelled in that attic. The next days passed in a haze of dread and confusion. Timmy stayed quiet, his gaze drawn constantly to the forest, as though a pull governed him, leaving an insatiable void where his spirit should have been. I noticed small changes, fragments of him that seemed to slip away when he stood too close to the windows, when the breeze carried the faintest remnants of despair. The whispers grew louder, swirling around us in visceral threads of fear, tales of lost children who had once played beneath the canopy only to vanish, absorbed by the Harpy's grasp. Then, one crisp evening, heavy with the scent of rain, Timmy ventured into the woods again. Whether he was drawn by some terrible compulsion, or perhaps a dark invitation extended by the creature, I couldn't tell. I'd resolved to follow him this time, desperate to reclaim my brother, to pull him from whatever depths the Harpy inhabited. Clutching a flashlight, I made my way through the underbrush, the familiar dread coiling tighter with each step. The forest was alive, alive with utter malevolence. Shadows danced around me, and the night air shimmered with the weight of unseen eyes. Ahead, I spotted Timmy's silhouette against the twisted trees, frozen in place, just as he had been before. It was then that my heart lurched as I saw the shape emerge, the harpy, wings arched wide, its face a grotesque mask of longing and anguish. "Timmy," I screamed, terror overtaking my voice, but he didn't budge. My feet moved almost of their own accord, thrusting forward, tears blurring my vision. "Timmy, don't listen to it." As I reached out, my fingers grazed his shoulder, and in that instant, the world morphed into chaos. The harpy tore the air with a shriek, and a terrible wave of despair swept over me, colliding with all the invisible cords that bound our fate to this malevolent creature. Its gaze turned on me, sharp as a blade, heavy with hunger. I felt my essence peel back, layers of bravery stripped away as I fought an instinctual urge to flee. "Timmy," I cried again, grasping him, hoping he would break free from whatever spectral grip held him. Yet, the moment grew more surreal. I could sense the harpy's delight, a twisted joy radiating from it, a hunger not just for children, but for the sorrow that lay in their loved ones. But then, something shifted in Timmy's demeanor, something lit within his vacant expression, flicker of recognition. "Mary," he murmured as if awakening from a nightmare, but before he could say more, a shadow loomed over me as the harpy lunged forward. Instinct took over. I shoved Timmy behind me, fending off my fears as I faced the wretched creature. "Get back!" I screamed, my heart hammering. I had to protect my brother. I would claw and tear through the night if it meant bringing him home. As if recognizing my defiance, the harpy screeched, flailing its wings, creating winds that threatened to push me back. In that fleeting instant, I swept my gaze around the clearing, the trees with their gnarled branches grasping towards the sky like bony fingers. My hand instinctively dove into my pocket, closing around a jagged fragment of glass I'd secretly kept. The shard, a tiny talisman against the darkness, glinted with a faint, moonlit sparkle, its sharp edge a fragile bulwark against despair and darkness. With a surge of determination, I broke through the brute facade of fear. "You won't take him." I spat, holding the shard aloft as if it were a sword, my heart pulsating with rage and love. "Timmy, come to me." As I took a step forward, I felt the dread wash away as Timmy blinked rapidly, finally breaking from his stupor. "Mary," he shouted, a mix of confusion and fear lighting his face. All at once, I felt a reverberation, a churning of pain within the harpy. It shrieked again, the sound a desperate cry of agony, and staggered back. "Come on, Timmy," I urged, grasping his hand and pulling him away from the harpy's grasp. We sprinted through the
Good night,
forest,
Doodle. Love you,
branches
sis.
scratching at us like skeletal fingers, and I felt the chase surge behind us. It was not just anger driving it, it was rage bled into our shadows, a singularity of torment stretching back through the generations. Timmy and I stumbled into the clearing before our home, the distance feeling like miles between us and safety. Just as we reached the threshold, a strong wind rushed past, and I turned to see the harpy hovering in the air, its form twisting and writhing with fury. But we were safe, the light spilling from our home washing away the shadows, the warmth wrapping around us like a blanket. For now, the creature could not enter. The air was thick with the lingering horror of what had happened, an invisible thread connecting us to the dark entity that wrenched Timmy from us. We had escaped, but I felt the harpy's presence linger, a malignant whisper embedded in the very fabric of Howland. As time wore on, I watched my brother begin to heal, pieces of his laughter returned. But as summer turned to autumn, an unsettling truth settled around us. Though we'd escaped, the harpy had left its mark. And I knew it would always be watching, lurking just beyond our conscious minds, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce again. The stories had come to life, and ours had resumed, yet shadows still lay thick between the cracks of our memories. A grim reminder that we lived, as part of an unwritten tale, entwined forever with something ancient and malignant that had weaved itself into our fate, lurking just out of sight.
Thank you, Molly. All right, folks. So that's gonna do it. We've been here for 4.5 hours, so
You have to go look at my community wall.
I can do that. Yes,
That
ma'am.
is why I was late to Paranormal Friday. I'm
may
very
have
proud of my
I have
atrocity.
another one too. About Hanoverton, Ohio. I thought about looking at too, but maybe we'll see. Hold on a minute. Let me find you.
Molly, that was awesome.
Yes. Let me see. Show. Holy shit, that scared me.
What?
At first, when I first looked at it, it caught me off guard.
It scared you? Woohoo!
Check him out. It's a clown, a pump clown.
It's supposed to be Pennywise.
It looks like him. I seen the lines right here. That's what I thought.
And
A clownkin.
the crazy red hair.
Yes, it looks awesome. I like it a lot. Thank you, Phil, for gifting a membership. I can't tell who got it. I can't see it, but thank you, Phil, very much. It is so very much appreciated. Whoever did receive it, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. And we appreciate you being part of this family. What'd you say, Mom?
You got to flip through them. See the little arrow? No. See the arrow?
You'll float too. We all float down here, Georgie. Thank you, Phil. Oh, there's a little floaty boat floating on down the river or down in the green.
I'm no artist. We have a competition at work.
That looks pretty cool. It's funny because Tomboy did a pumpkin painting competition for her wife, and she painted hers to look like a bag of popcorn. It was actually really cool. That looks good though, Mom. What kind of paint is that? Acrylic?
Yeah, it was an orange pumpkin, and I got a little bitty one that's a white pumpkin, and then I painted it white. And then I set tonight and freehanded him.
It looks very good. Who does anybody know? Can you see who received that?
No, I'm on.
Okay.
Hard.
No worries. Whoever did receive it, though, congratulations. We appreciate you very much for being here. And again, thank you, Phil. God bless. That's cool, Mom. I like it.
StreamYard should show you, and they need to get with it.
I'm going to have to pull this down
Well, I don't
anyway.
know if I'll be able to see it or not.
Hold.
I'm on.
Yep. I'll get it here just a second.
Emerald Wonderland got it.
Emerald Wonderland. Congratulations and welcome to the sauce. Appreciate you very much. Yes, I see it. It is gorgeous. Phil said it's gorgeous, Mom.
Thank you, Phil.
Get it?
I started
Gord?
to cheat because my mother-in-law is an artist.
Mhm.
And I was going to have her do it. He was like, no, you can't do that. You got to do it yourself.
Mm-hmm. Well, either way. And sorry about the other thing didn't work out like it was supposed to, but there's a couple little... Or wait, I did have another one, too. Molly dropped 2 of them in here.
Oh, that was super interesting what I caught of it. I'll have to replay through the first 2 hours.
It was a warm summer eve.
The other one's out at Berlin Lake, that's 10 minutes from me, actually. That's kind of out where Terry Martin lives, in that around that realm.
You just live in a creepy ass state, Dago.
Excuse me, I do. I'm in between all this shit. I guess I'll let you guys listen to this one real quick, and then we'll end it. If you guys stay awake long enough. I know these stories. Some of hearing these stories will put you to sleep because they're like bedtime stories, you know. Berlin Lake. Now I remember this story from 2015. I do remember this. So, yeah, thank you, Molly. Here y'all are.
Evening in August 2015, when my friends and I decided to go camping at Berlin Lake in Ohio. We had heard stories about the lake being haunted, but we didn't believe them. We set up our tents on the shore, built a bonfire, and spent the evening swapping scary stories and trying to freak each other out. As we arrived, we noticed a sign that caught our attention: Murder Road. We asked the locals about it, and they warned us to stay away from that road, telling us that it was cursed. They whispered tales of a brutal murder that took place on that very road, and how the spirits of the victims still roamed the area. We dismissed it as a small-town legend, but as the night wore on, we started to hear strange noises in the woods. At first, we thought it was just animals, but then we heard footsteps crunching through the underbrush. We shone our flashlights into the darkness but saw nothing. Suddenly, a branch snapped loudly behind us. We spun around but saw no one. The fire crackled and spat, casting eerie shadows on the trees. We tried to brush it off as mere paranoia, but the atmosphere had grown thick with unease. As we settled in for the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something lurking just beyond the tree line. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of a low, mournful hum. It was a steady, pulsing noise that seemed to be coming from the lake itself. I sat up, my heart racing, and looked at my friends. They were all asleep, but I knew I wasn't dreaming. The hum grew louder, more intense. I could feel it vibrating through my body, making my teeth ache. I shook my friends awake, and we huddled together, terrified. Suddenly, the hum stopped. The silence was oppressive, heavy with malevolence. We packed up our campsite in record time and fled Berlin Lake, not stopping until we were miles away. As we drove away, we noticed that our GPS was taking us down Murder Road. We tried to turn back, but the GPS insisted that it was the shortest route. We drove in silence, our hearts pounding in our chests. As we drove down Murder Road, the darkness seemed to press in around us. The trees loomed overhead, casting long, ominous shadows on the pavement. We could feel the weight of the curse bearing down on us, the spirits of the victims watching us with cold, dead eyes. Suddenly, the car sputtered and died. We coasted to the side of the road, the silence deafening. We tried to start the engine, but it was dead. We were stranded on Murder Road, at the mercy of the malevolent forces that lurked in the darkness. We sat there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move. The darkness seemed to be closing in around us, suffocating us. We knew we had to get out of there, but our bodies seemed frozen in fear. Finally, we summoned the courage to get out of the car and start walking. We walked for miles, the darkness seeming to stretch on forever. We stumbled upon an old, abandoned house, its windows boarded up and its door hanging off its hinges. We knew we shouldn't go inside, but we had no choice. We had to get off Murder Road. As we entered the house, we felt a chill run down our spines. The air inside was thick with the scent of decay and rot. We knew we weren't alone. We could feel the presence of something malevolent, watching us from the shadows. We searched the house frantically for a phone or a way out, but there was nothing. We were trapped. And then, we heard the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, coming from the floor above. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The footsteps grew louder, closer. We knew we had to hide. We scurried into a corner, holding our breath. The footsteps stopped right outside the room we were in. We could feel a presence looming over us, watching us. Suddenly, a door creaked open. We saw a figure standing in the doorway, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. We tried to scream, but our voices were trapped in our throats. The figure began to move towards us, its presence filling.
Yeah, Phil, I wrote those down. Thanks, though. Thank you much.
The room. We were paralyzed with fear. And then, everything went black. When we came to, we were lying on the floor, our heads throbbing. The room was silent, empty. But as we struggled to our feet, we saw something that made our blood run cold. On the wall, in letters that seemed to be burned into the paint, was a message: "You'll never escape." As we stumbled out of the house, we felt a sense of relief wash over us. We knew we had to get as far away from that place as possible. We drove for hours, the silence between us finally broken by the sound of our own ragged breathing. But as the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the landscape, we felt a sense of hope creeping in. We knew we had faced something truly evil, but we had made it out alive. We decided to stop at a small cafe for breakfast, and as we sat down at a table, we noticed an old man watching us from across the room. He nodded at us, and we nodded back, feeling a sense of solidarity with this stranger. As we finished our meal and prepared to leave, the old man approached us. "You're the ones who made it out of the house on Murder Road, aren't you?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with a knowing glint. We nodded, still trying to process our ordeal. The old man smiled. "I've been waiting for you. You see, that house has been a curse on this town for decades. But you too, you've broken the curse. You've faced the darkness and come out on top." As we left the cafe, we felt a weight lift off our shoulders. We knew that we would never forget our terrifying experience on Murder Road, but we also knew that we had emerged stronger and more resilient because of it. And as we drove away from that place, we felt a sense of hope and renewal that we had never felt before.
I don't know if you guys remember me telling you the story about Murder Road at Berlin Lake, where they actually had the Berlin Lake murders. This here, remember this? That's the road that story was based off of that you were just told. This is how
What if I told
that
you
happened out
there
here.
is a place in Northeast Ohio where 4 murders took place? To this day, they still remain unsolved. Join us as we journey deep into the woods at Berlin Lake, searching for clues from the other side.
Anyway, so that's what that was all based on. I'm sure you don't want to hear it again, but anyway, that's the last story we heard was based on this here that actually happened, which again is literally 10 minutes from me. There's a lot of crazy shit that goes on in this state now that I think about it. I could probably do a whole channel just on Ohio if I chose to. So, but anyway, that'll probably do it, guys. It's like 2:30 in the morning here. I got in here late because I had parents' night at the high school tonight for my son.
Ooh, fun.
I got to walk across the football field, and he's a senior. So they do that for the seniors when they become seniors. So we did that. I didn't get to come in until like 10:30, so it was a little bit late. But I'll be back here. I don't know. Doodle might not make it, but I'll be here in the morning for the morning show. It might be a little later, but I'll still be here. For those of you that are interested in the morning, did you see the new merchandise for the morning show, Mom?
I did not.
Wait till you see this stuff. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. These are the new t-shirts, which are pretty awesome.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure you can get them in all the colors too. It turned out pretty cool. And right along with that, Doodle put these together sometime today, I guess. You can also get the 11 to 15 ounce. Nobody drinks 11 ounces of coffee, I'll tell you right now. 11 to 15 ounce coffee mug that has that print on it as well. I think it's very cool. And it goes all the way around the mug.
Ooh, I like that.
Doodle book. Yes. She did a really good job on those. Molly did the characters of us, but then Mama Doodle just figured out that whole thing with the morning show and plastered it on there. All the creepiness around Jago Lake, Kings Island. I could definitely do that. As well as Idora Park in Youngstown. That was another amusement park that was shut down. SeaWorld, Jago Lake, they were together. They shared the lake, and then they shut them both down and closed it. Then Jago Lake became Six Flags, and then it was sold off and closed down. But it is creepy there as hell. What the hell? What did you say, Phil? Tailor-made just for you. I'd expect nothing less than the full-on princess experience from Dago at Kel. I'm not quite sure I know what that means, but okay. I was wanting to write a story for Halloween if anyone has a topic. Well, it's Halloween, Molly. There's probably 72 million different things you could write about for Halloween.
It's a very broad spectrum.
Gotcha, Cal. Yes. I don't think I can think right now. I'm sorry. I can't think, guys. My brain is like, you ever get to that point, Mom, when you're like thinking about something and your brain just stops and says, we're done. Yep. I hit the time card. I'm out. Forget it. Miss Barbara.
He calls it zoning out. He's like, are you zoning out?
Yeah. Yes, Miss Barbara. I came on late tonight, dear.
Miss Barbara.
Exactly how? I don't know, Molly. I can't think. You could write a story about the black-eyed children. Freak Doodle out. Doodlebug couldn't stand it. When I covered that story, she was freaking out.
Yeah, that shit's creepy.
Let's see. I covered the Black-Eyed Children of Ohio. I covered the Melonhead story. You remember that one? Were you in here for that, Mom, or no?
I don't think so.
The Melonheads. That was a fun one. That story was based out of West Virginia, right below us. That was a fun one. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff around here. I love the paranormal. Weirdo.
You could do the Lady in White. That's like an OG.
The what?
The Lady in White.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. You know that we have a version of that here, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think every state has their own versions of everything. You did one already on the Black-Eyed Children, Molly? Well, then shit. How about... I have no idea. What about all the crazy shit that goes on in Idaho? All your alien crap that goes on there. I swear to God, it's like a permanent parking lot in Idaho where she lives for UFOs or UFOs.
UFOs. I believe.
You believe? I want to believe.
Yep. Don't catch me slipping because I'll be gone. Take me with you.
Bag, let's go. Did they change my printerify shit? They sure as hell did. Hold on a minute. I want to try to see something, guys. Were you in here when we announced the giveaway next month?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
I don't remember.
Our shit was glitching in and out, so I think I was talking and nobody was hearing me there for a minute. I had to reboot the whole computer. I think it's forcing me to switch computers is what's happening. Like this one's had it.
Gotcha.
It's doing okay, but it was like acting stupid when I first jumped up. I even hardwired the internet in.
Well, living out where you live probably makes it hard. You guys can get it. I'll show you the new stuff we got real quick. You can get one of Molly's shirts if you want. Molly, the Moody Mod. That's her t-shirt. If you can see it. We're giving away, Miss Barbara, one of the channel shirts and some cash as well. So that's what we're giving away next month. Money and a t-shirt. So that's Molly's new shirt right there.
I like that.
I think it's cute. You know, she is a cat, so. And hold on a minute. Something just went weirdo with this. Sorry. Where they is. I think you guys have already seen the blanket. You can get stickers now if you want. With the morning show crew on it too. They're either transparent or like the white stickers you can get for whatever you want to use in 2x2. That's going to be our cover for the thing for the show as well, like the thumbnail.
That's cool. I like it.
Or if you would like, if you guys want a candle, you can get a candle, a morning show candle, and it's apricot. Or we have new scents. I forgot about that. Beechwood, cashmere musk, cinnamon chai, Fraser fir, lavender, midnight blackberry, mango coconut, unscented, or vanilla bean. Or you can get the orange one where the jar is that color.
Oh, that's nice.
It's cute. So there is that now as well. And let's see here. The coffee cups, of course, I just showed you. There's a black mug that has the sticker on it. You know what I mean? With the morning show crew on it. And of course the t-shirt. I was going to show you guys the shirt again. It's a little clearer this way than it was in that picture. There it is. And then you can get it that way. And like these different colors if you want. See, that one looks kind of cool.
Yeah, that goes good together.
If you want to go all white, it's that way. If you want the gray one. What's that, Mom?
I like the color I got with your channel logo. I don't remember what the color was. Black Heather's.
Heather.
Yep.
Yeah, it's that one there.
Yeah.
That looks good. Perfect. Yeah, I like that one too. And then there is the Heather purplish one. That looks kind of cool too.
Ooh, that does look good together.
Got weird colors for this one. What the hell was that?
Their Pama colors.
Yep. Yup. Oh, and then there's the deep heather one. That one
No,
looks
that's
good.
what I got was deep heather. Hell, I don't know what it was.
I didn't know there was that many heathers in the world, color wise. But hey, what you gonna
I
do?
didn't either.
And then all the other stuff that we already had. It's becoming hoodie weather, so if you want, everybody, you can always. I think Mama Bear already. This is what Mama Bear picked up recently was the hoodie. She said it's super super comfortable, but you can get the hoodie like this with the thing on there, and this one in the red looks good as well as the. Is it this one? Yeah, I like that one. I like the blue, the maroon, and I like this military green one too. I think that looks good. But we got all these different colors for the hoodies. There's the dark heather again. It looks good on that one.
See, I'm just partial to that color, I think.
I think most everybody that ordered this, Kim Marin, you, Doodle, you all ordered this gray color. I don't know. I think those blues, the two different color blues, look good against the gray background.
Mm-hmm.
And I might have to pick up one of these hoodies too. I like them. And then there was something else. Listen, guys, everybody, and I mean everybody, should have this one. Everybody should have the Walt Harris T-shirt.
I need to order mine.
I need to get one too.
My
Bill's
children got their shit back together, so I can actually spend my own money.
Right. There you go. I like it in this color. Truly.
Oh, I like that. What color is that?
That is called.
I have one in my shopping cart, but I picked the heather one but now I want it in that color. I'm gonna change it.
Tropical blue.
I like that a lot.
Or for the ladies that like pink, you can get Walt in pink.
Oh no.
Of course, black, the heather or the dark heather, the royal, the navy. There's a purple one too.
See that the blue, that tropical, whatever the hell it was, that pops. I like that.
Chris says I've got 7. 7 what? No, you don't. Liar. Yeah, this tropical one looks really cool. It sets these things off in it. You know what I mean?
Yes, I must have that color.
It looks good. I like that one. So
I'm gonna
there's
go and change it because it's sitting in my shopping cart.
Everybody should get the Walt Harris shirt. We need to make a Phil Biggs shirt. Wonder how that would work out. Do you feel big? I feel big. And you can get a Scooby shirt.
See, I
Scooby's
need
eating.
one of those for Drifty. She would love that.
And it's not quite Scooby-Doo. If you look at it, he's a little different. So we can get away with it. And he's eating meatballs at the True Crime Cafe. That one turned out really good. I think Molly made this one, or made the Scooby design. It looks good on there. And he's got multiple colors too, I think. He looks good in that blue too, I think. See?
Oh, he does look good in that color. I like that color. That's a new color, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's why I like it. Look at it on, like, if you look at it on somebody, if it'll show it to me.
Yeah, you know I'd be all off in your store looking because I know the colors.
I like the light blue too. That's kind of nice. See
like
it on the person.
It's just, I don't know. It's hanging on me. I like that. I really like that.
No, it's a good color. I like it. I think you did do this. Didn't you do the Scooby, Molly? I thought you did the Scooby. Maybe you didn't. Okay. I don't know. They all did stuff on here, and I got confused about who did what, but the purple one looks good with that design too.
And now, see, I like that too on purple.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would get that one for Drifty because Scooby's something she's collected since she was old enough to talk.
Oh, this one came from Brandy then. I know they were all. Molly made a bunch of these things, and then Doodle made a bunch. Brandy made a few. Miss Sherry made a couple. Miss Sherry's she did the. Where's it at?
Is she feeling any better?
Yeah, she's out of the hospital now. She's doing better. Now I like this too. This is the V-neck T-shirt. If you want to get one of these, I like V-necks. I'm wearing one right now, actually. You can't tell, but it is. And this one comes in these blues, the purple, your favorite deep heather color.
I love that color. I don't know. I love it.
The dark gray heather is the one that you like. Yeah, that
one. Yeah, that one. I love it.
And I like it in the white.
In Kentucky when I went home.
There you go. So that's the V-neck. Hold up. There was a couple other things I thought. Of course, the black mugs. We've looked at those. I want one of these in particular. I think these are cool as hell. Then again, I like these types of shirts, so it's that baseball style shirt.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's badass.
It's got the little magnifying glass here, and then on the back,
the full one.
It's got the full square. I think that looks really kind of cool.
I like that.
And we could probably put your name on the back up there above that too. You know what I mean?
I like that. Is it only in white and black? Oh, it comes in black too. Oh no, that's the trim.
You can have it look like this.
Oh no. No, that takes away from it. You'd have to have the black trim on it.
The black makes it stand out, I think too.
I would like that.
I need to come up with like a football jersey style one next, but anyway, there's that there. And of course, this one that I can't remember who gave us the idea for this. It was one of the community people here. Stop minding your own business and do the right damn thing.
Oh, I don't remember. I remember the night it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember who said it. That it should be a shirt.
Yes. In there. And it's got logos there. I like that one a lot too. I like the saying by itself. It looks good in that gray too, doesn't it?
I do like that.
Yep. We'll get you a spaghetti. We got to get Mikey a shirt too to have his own. And then my other, I don't know if you ever saw this, my other channel. This is the other channel I have. It's my toy box channel, my toy channel.
Oh, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I go to Goodwill, I look for toys for you.
I know. I appreciate that too. This one comes in wild colors, like that orange.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, that looks really good in that orange. And this other, I think the green. Yeah, I like it in the green and the orange. Go ahead, Molly. Fitted. They're all different. I think the sizes are shit.
The sizes are pretty true to size. Like
Yeah.
I will say that.
My other shirt, my cafe shirt fits really good. Oh, and the gold one too. I like the
Yeah, they're
gold.
really true to size. Like I was really impressed when I got it,
Mm-hmm.
and I've probably wore it 1,000 times and washed it 1,000 times, and it's still like it doesn't like shrink or you know what I mean. They're very well quality made.
Yeah, I picked the best quality stuff I could find because I didn't want you guys getting crappy stuff, and I did it at the best prices I could possibly go with too. Somebody said they got this and they loved it. It's like the softest stuff, softest blanket they've had. And I'm
Ooh, I
like, come
haven't
on.
seen like it.
It's Sherpa. Sherpa. This thing is super soft, I was
Ooh, I
told.
like that. I have a Halloween blanket. It's actually on my lap because the AC
Mhm.
blows right under my desk. That
And
my
the
dad
back,
got me.
see the back side of it, the material.
That's
It looks
nice.
it looks like rabbit fur or something. You know what I mean? Super comfortable
Ooh, I bet
looking.
it's soft and snuggly.
Yeah, it's soft on both sides. I was told. I can't remember who ordered that. Was it Kim? Might have been, but it's got the giant insignia on it. We even got comforters in here and pillowcases. And of course, if you want, because it is life, you can always get your very own true crime cafe coffee. Bada bing, bada boom. And
That's
it's,
badass.
yes, it's medium. I think it's medium ground. Is that what the hell that's called? Or medium
Hell, I can't
strength.
see at this point.
Oh, and it says that the tasting notes for it for people that have tasted it, it's got a toffee, dark chocolate, citrus flavor to it, supposedly. I don't know. All very slight hints of all that stuff. So who knows?
I love
I,
Goodwill. Dago knows I love Goodwill. And no, Mike, I did not see that story, but I will tell you a story. So we went to Castleberry Goodwill, which is like the fancy Goodwill. And well, I mean, there's one fancier than that. Winter Springs is ridiculous, and I refuse to go back in there. But anyway, so I bought this set of Christmas ornaments that were hand painted Wizard of Oz, and they were in a wooden box. Like I've got pictures of it somewhere, but
mm,
I gave like I think like $9 for the set, and I
mhm.
got home and Google imaged them for my
Yeah.
dad because the stuff I buy I take to the antique store, and they
Mm.
were worth like 3 grand, dude. And the
Wow.
artist that painted them only made 6 sets, and then he passed away.
Oh, that's why there were so much. Right. That's
Yeah, you know,
awesome.
Mike knows which one I'm talking about. Look, this Goodwill in Winter Park, dude,
Hmm.
it's a boutique, okay? A boutique. And I like had a heart attack when I walked in there. I love that.
Wow. That sounds cool as hell. This is what Miss Sherry made. Wisdom Speaks. She came up with this design because she's Native American, and she
I
puts a little
love
Native
that.
American baby in it. Yeah, that's really cool looking. It's kind of I don't even know what vibe it gives me, but I like it. I like coffee mugs, so on the front you get this design, and then on the back is the whole back side of it is
The channel. Oh, that's cool.
right. And I like that one better than this one. I mean, I like this one too, but you see how much smaller the design is compared to on this one than it is on the other one?
I wonder why it's different. Just a different layout.
Yeah, it's just the way it was made.
Hmm.
This one's not bad, you know, don't get me wrong. It looks nice and it's a good solid, it's a baby mug, but
Right. They're cool to put on your shelf, but that will not work for drinking coffee.
I
I've
could
got
drink that
one drama
sips.
llama behind me.
Mm-hmm.
It's too damn small to drink out of, though. I got to have my big cup.
Oh yeah. What's this other? I forgot. She made a couple different mugs. There's a couple different designs. Hold on. Where did it? And of course, there's hats. Did I show you guys the hats before? I think
I
I
didn't
did.
remember seeing a hat.
The hats have like the leather patch emblem with the design on it. Oh, ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
Oh, I like that.
But this one's got some different like mismatch coloring. Like you can get it that way or this way or this way, which is probably the way you like. I
I'll see.
know
That's badass.
that one looks all right to me, or this one. I kind of like that one and this one. And this one's weird looking with that little bit of brown. Thank you, Molly. Or you can just go solid with this thing here. Either way, there's hats available too.
Fucking Phil. I can't. I can't with Phil.
I like the coffee at the True Crime with strong, hot, and black with a fruity. Shut the hell up, Phil. You're a mess. Anyway,
I'm dead.
where did Phil come from? This is a kind of hat. We're gonna make this hat into a Phil hat. That's what we're gonna do. This is the other hat we have, you guys. This is gonna be a Phil hat.
Oh, yeah. Yippers.
And you can either get white stitching or the black stitching. I think
I
the
like the black stitching.
Yeah. Or gray, black, whatever. That looks better. That's your hat, Phil. We'll put your name all over it for you. She went nuts in here one day and just started loading it up with all sorts of stuffs. There's some of the stuff we took down. We had a bathing suit, the underwear, the boxer shorts. I think that was everything. We pulled a lot of the stuff out that wasn't very popular. Oh, there's also this too. Because I say this all the time. And I just think it's cool. I want to wear it. I'm getting one to wear just because I say it all the time. Pretend like you like me and hit the like button.
Oh, that's cool. I like that too.
And that one comes in these colors too.
Oh, that looks good together too.
Uh-huh. As well
I like
as
the two-tone on the background. I love that. Like how it bleeds the colors. I love that.
yeah. It sets these colors off. I love it. I read everything. I just say some of it, Phil. I read the whole thing. Just like your ex. I get it. I'm ADHD, Phil. You gotta understand. See, that purple sets that off too, I think. That's really cool the way that, like you said, it bleeds together.
Yeah, I love that background. I like that a lot. I use a lot of the stuff that bleeds together too.
Your stuff is really cool. The tie-dye, that black and white one's the one I'm getting.
I love that shirt.
Yeah, that one looks really cool. I can't wait to get that one. It's a kind of a tie-dye thing.
I had her
Royal
make some
Cobalt Dark Navy.
That couple that found the I-75.
Mm-hmm.
Psycho. I had her make a couple of them for them. And when I go home, I'm gonna take them to them.
Okay, that'll be nice.
They're literally like right down the road.
Right, that's cool. Oh yeah, I forgot we had these too, you guys. For those note takers out there like me that take notes, you can get spiral notebooks too. And I like the ones that have the spiral binding like that.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just a notebook, but it still looks kind of cool to me. What the hell happened to those? Oh, these are the mugs that I liked. It is an 11-ounce mug, but this is cool as shit. It's a color changing mug, so it's like it's white when you put when it's cold before you add coffee to it, and once you put the coffee in it, it slowly turns black. See
That's
it?
cool.
Yeah, that's really neat.
Oh, that's fancy.
I swear to God, Phil, are you drinking tonight, Phil? Thank you, Miss Barbara. Yeah, see, isn't that cool how it changes? That is too neat. I love that.
That is badass. I like that.
Yes. Oh shit, Molly's starting already. Going for paper and pencils. Yes. Paper with a side of pickled beets. That's right, Mikey. What's your favorite animal, Phil? Let it out the bag. There's another one we're missing that had a different saying on it. I can't remember where the hell that one went. Oh, this one. This one here. I love this one too. I can't remember who came up with this saying or if it was just something we said one day. And this is in your favorite color. It looks good too. It's either that color or there's another color I like this on. No excuse for childhood. Yeah.
I like that.
I like that one in this color too.
Oh yeah, I like that in the purple.
It makes this stand out. It looks better in person than the way they superimpose it on here, but still. We need a true crime with Dago. I swear to God, Phil, go to bed. You're nuts. Yeah, we have everything. There's even like ceramic Christmas ornaments. Are you serious? And
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, there's Christmas ornaments, you guys, for your tree, your Christmas tree. Look at this. See it?
Oh, I like that.
This is ceramic too. I just like the emblem itself. Was a pretty good one too, I thought. Oh my God, Phil. Anyway, hey. And the giant comforter that goes up to, I think it goes up to king size, or 104 by 88. Look how big this damn thing is. This is a big ass comforter. That's huge.
Ooh.
I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that would want to put that in their damn bed. That'd be like,
oh, my old man would love it. And ever since his wreck, his legs stay cold. He has a. This is a man that went from throwing the sheet off of him to we literally had to go buy him a comforter like that, a big, thick, like down comforter.
I mean, the size of it, yeah, but to have that big old the emblem on a blanket that big, it's just
Oh, he
too
would
much.
love that. He would love that with the emblem on it. He's a wee bit jealous that I didn't get him a shirt when I got my shirt.
Well, we gotta give him a shirt. And then this is Doodle's shirt, I think. I think she made this for herself, to be honest with you.
Oh, I like that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one looks kind of cool. And there's quite a few other sayings that are going to be put together too. I like it on this one.
Yeah.
On that color and on, is it this green or the other green? This green. I like that green.
Yeah, that stands out too. I like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think that truly is everything, folks. There's just little, and then there's more candles. There's a Scooby-Doo candle if you want that. It's Apple Harvest.
Ooh.
There you go.
Well, that turned out really good.
Mm-hmm. Apple Harvest. It's a 9-ounce candle, so. And I like me some candles. In fact, I think I'm getting a candle. Doodle sent me a blueberry scented candle.
Ooh.
Yes. So anyway, that's
right now.
That's the stuff. But I'm getting one of these. I love the way this turned out, especially in some of these other colors. I like that whole design. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I like that. That's badass.
Like I said, Molly put together the avatars, and then Doodle took it and blended it all together and threw that morning show tag on it, and it turned out really neat. So I'm very happy with that. I'm picking one of those up for sure. Boxer, green falcon, yeah, no definite green falcon, all that. I don't know what the hell he's talking about animals. Okay, all right, y'all. Holy shit, it's 3:30 now or 3:15 now. I got to go to damn bed. All right, folks. Thank you guys for hanging out and looking at the store tonight. And the link was in here somewhere if anybody's interested. I don't know where the hell it even went.
I've got one.
But if you're interested, go check out the stuff. If not, no worries.
I was so enthralled with watching the stuff, I didn't even think about dropping the damn link.
No, but we're going to be giving a shirt away from that next month along with some money. So stick around and tune in. Thank you. There's the link, guys. If anybody's interested in any of that stuff, please check it out.
All right. Love y'all. Miss y'all. Thank you for having me up tonight. I'm going to crash out. I will see you in the morning show. I'll probably be late, but I'll be there.
We'll probably be late, but we'll be there. So, yes, so it'll probably be brunch tomorrow. So, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night, guys. Make good choices.
Yes, you too. Take care, Mom. Thank you again for joining me. Everybody in chat, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Phil, go get some sleep, please. Love you to death. Everybody else, thank you for joining us. You guys are amazing. Don't change a thing. You already know. Blue Crew, thank you guys for hanging so late with us tonight. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. God bless. Good night, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.